Welcome back, Clarion Hotel. We're still waiting the ninth count here in Sligo, Leitrim. Nobody elected yet. Ninth count involves the distribution of Marie Casserly's votes. She was eliminated on the 8th count. Right, just to bring people up to date, you can watch live on oceanfm.ie, and it's getting very, very busy around here, I can tell you now, as Paschal says, as we get to the serious end of things here at the count. Right, Francie, you have an update on social media and the like.
Well, just a few things. We've updated our streams because we have to do it so often because we're broadcasting for so long. So if you go to oceanfm.ie, click on the link. There's now a new link up there. So if you've been watching since 9 o'clock this morning and you're kind of going, oh, it's paused, don't worry about it. If you go back to oceanfm.ie and click on the Watch Sligo Leitrim link there, it's refreshed. Same on Twitter. If you go to Ocean FM Ireland, or on Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland, the new links are now there. It'll bring you to the Ocean FM live stream, and of course you can watch, listen live, and of course you can or look at the tallies from yesterday as well. So Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook and Twitter, on oceanfm.ie, click watch live. And if you have any questions or comments, there's a couple of ways you can get in contact. Text 083 3500 530, or on Twitter using the hashtag Sligo Leitrim. And by the way, they're just wondering, there's a few people wondering, roughly what time do you think it might finish up today here? Because I don't know, Paschal or Noel maybe wants to take that. Noel, have you any idea of that?
I was speaking to...
The lads are having their lunch, Fancy.
Noel's not.
I was speaking to Pádraig O'Grady, the returning officer there, just a couple of minutes ago during the break, and he's hoping, bar there's a recount, he's hoping that it'll be finished up around 5 or 6 o'clock.
Okay, well that's reasonably good news. 5 or 6 o'clock we got. We're moving around fairly quickly today as well, I have to say. We'd only 4 counts complete when we adjourned last night, and we're on the 9th count now. Okay, there's more questions coming in as well. As Fancy says, you can tune in live, watch live. Noel, what are you hearing since during the unofficial lunch break there? Are you still confident or not? I don't know if that's the word to use, that Fine Gael can get 2 seats here in Sligo.
Niall, we really, it's only the heavy hitters has gone out now, the people that got substantial blocks of votes. And I suppose when we see where Marie Casserly, Declan Bree and John Perry, where their votes gone, is going to be pretty clear at that stage. We're still down to a situation, there's a few candidates left other than Mark McSherry. It's conceivable that any of the big names there can still get a seat. So it's just cannot be called.
Yeah,
definitely.
And that's part of the fun of it. Now I am aware there are National Football League matches underway this afternoon as well. We will have updates from the various venues. We'll keep you in touch with the various matches which are going on. I'm sure Paschal, you'll be, eat your lunch. We'll talk.
Yeah, you're right. I was just wondering how Ocean were going to handle those. So, because I have a particular interest in the Leitrim Antrim game.
It's a work in progress. Our producer there, Kevin, will sort all that out. I'm sure he won't be.
So we'll get that sorted.
We won't be too far behind.
By the way, in contrast to Noel's cautiousness, and he's probably more sensible than I am, I have been somewhat concerned overnight and into the morning about Eamon Scanlon's position.
And I think you're increasingly concerned.
I am, yeah.
And it doesn't give you any pleasure.
I'm not going to concede, but I just...
Okay. Francie, any more questions coming in there? Anything people want to ask?
Just wondering, where do they think Marie Casserly's votes will go? There's a good few people looking about that. And also there is somewhere between 1,100 votes between could Scanlon catch Reynolds?
Could Scanlon catch Reynolds? 1,100 votes between them.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
That the gap has widened considerably. It's gone up by about 300 since the morning. And that it may be too big an ask for Eamon to bridge that gap.
Okay, a couple more tweets coming in as well, which we'll get to. Michael Colreavy is joining us again, and John Comiskey also. Michael, you have figures in your hand. I don't know if they're relevant or pertinent to what we're talking about or not, or can you give us some inside track on what's happening here? You're all right there, Michael. You have your headphones sorted.
The story I'm hearing is that that Declan Bree will probably overtake John Perry on the next one. Other than that, I have no further information.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll make any difference to the ultimate outcome.
Yeah, I think our panel were saying that when we broke for the 1 o'clock news, doesn't make a huge amount of difference. John, you'd agree with that?
I'd agree with that, but certainly it's a tremendous performance by Declan Bree. John Perry is going to be next eliminated. Michael and myself were just discussing it there, and John Perry is certainly going to be the next candidate to be eliminated, and then Declan Bree. So Declan can be very proud of the performance, despite what some of our listeners were saying, that he should give up politics and everything else.
Well, there was no intention of him giving up politics, far from it, and we talked to him earlier on. It's certainly not his intention, and he's hung in well there, hasn't he?
He has done tremendously well. He has done tremendously well. The other thing we're hearing up along the floor there is too, people are now starting to not just concentrate their minds on what's going to happen here in Sligo, Leitrim, but what's going to happen nationally. And I've made the point to them that I think now is the time that we have to reflect the overall majority for the two main parties is just a little bit over an overall majority nationally. But I think more importantly, I think what we're looking at here, we're unique in Ireland at the moment. 2016 is the 100th anniversary of 1916. The celebrations will be held in April, and we'll have a caretaker government. And I think that's something that we should all reflect on. It's not just a caretaker government we want going forward for the next term. We want something more substantial. And we started off with a caretaker government in 1916. We still have one 100 years later.
You're putting pressure on Paschal now and his colleagues.
Well, I was actually, I mean, I'd lie. I was actually thinking we had a provisional government or no government 100 years ago. So at least we have a caretaker one this time. But I'm going back to this count. I think that the elimination of John Perry is going to end this match.
In what sense, Paschal?
I think it's going to define the future of direction of Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds because of the Fine Gael transfers. The fact that Jerry is, what is he now, 1,100 ahead of Eamon Scanlon.
Reynolds on 7.314 and Scanlon is on 6.267.
1,100.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a defining moment, Noel.
Yeah, no, I'd agree.
A defining moment in favour of Reynolds, you're saying? Yeah.
I think John Perry's transfer of his votes will be a lot more. It'll have a lot more influence on the outcome of the seats than Declan Bree. I think Declan Bree's vote will, benefit both parties to a large extent, but obviously John Perry's will shape up whether...
Okay. So the significance, and correct me if I'm wrong, the significance of Bree getting ahead of Perry on this count is that the count might be quicker. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. No, I don't think it makes any difference to the quickness of the count. No. And I don't think it makes any difference whether it's Bree goes first or Perry goes first. One will go after the other.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is that the Bree votes will transfer to both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
Yeah.
The Perry votes, apart from Eamon Scanlon, will just transfer to Tony McLaughlin and Jerry Reynolds.
Okay, it gets back again to what Michael Clark said yesterday, the 60-40 split.
Also, because now of the significant Bree vote, which is now going to be probably around 5,000, again, the question has to be raised, will Eamon Scanlon benefit more from that than Jerry Reynolds? You see, I'm focusing on the Eamon Scanlon Jerry Reynolds issue here because that's going to...
You would expect, obviously, that it would.
Yeah, I would agree. So, but that's why I think that the Perry transfer will be a defining moment.
Yeah.
In this. So that's the one to flag now at this stage, irrespective of what's with Marie Casserly. But of course, these are now important.
Yeah, and
as I said, this one is the most significant.
And it is looking now that as you say, John Perry will be next eliminated on the ninth count.
Yeah.
And yes, and then we're looking at the elimination, the exclusion of Declan Bree, and then Paddy O'Rourke will be the next one. Then after that, McManus will surge ahead with the transfers from Bree.
So you're still not ruling out McManus, John. You've said that consistently.
McManus, I think what it's going to come down to at the end of the day is that Eamon Scanlon will be the deciding factor as to which of the Sinn Féin candidates take the seat.
Okay, 0818 365 500 is our number if you want to give us a text, ask any questions. You can watch live on oceanfm.ie. Follow us on Twitter at OceanFM Ireland is the Twitter address, hashtag Sligo Leitrim, or we're on Facebook at Facebook Ocean FM Ireland, and you can access our live stream on Facebook and on Twitter as well. Right, as I say, it's getting a lot more crowded here, as is the norm, because it's going to play out fairly dramatically over the next couple of hours, Paschal. That is the case, isn't it?
Yes, it is going to be. We're now moving into Act 3 of this Shakespearean tragedy that is politics and political counts. And as I said earlier, these are the substantive transfers. It goes back to our earlier discussions yesterday about the 12 to 13,000 Sligo-based votes as to where they will go, how they were going to be distributed. So now that we're looking at substantive figures, Marie Casserly's 4,200 roughly, followed by John Perry's 4,000, say probably he could be hitting 5,000 maybe. That's 5 and 4 is 9, and then there'll be another 5. That's 14,000 votes. We're still looking at, as we speak, 14,000 votes that have to find a home somewhere. And the best chance that Eamon Scanlon has is that out of that 14,000 that he gets a bounce that brings him close to or above Jerry Reynolds.
Just going back to that question we asked earlier, Hugh asked that question about Louth, the smallest county in the country. How can Louth have 5 seats?
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah. I'm glad you brought us back to it, because we were interrupted then by the by the count.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain as best I could, and I was saying that John might have an input into this, that the Independent Constituencies Commission will be set up by the government after the census. The census is taking place in April, and they will then review all of the constituencies in the country, and there is under the Constitution what's called a tolerance level now between 20,000 and 30,000 voters per TT. Traditionally, up to the last time, the tolerance level was more likely to be lower. It was around 22,000 per TD. But in the last constituencies, in the last constituency commission deliberations, the average was 28,000. Also, from a local point of view, there are those of us who are of the opinion that because, and Michael will know this more than anybody, and John, there was a huge lobby to get Leitrim reunited. There was something like 3 or 4, maybe 500 submissions, more than any other county or in the country. And I'm of the opinion, Michael, and others, that the Commission decided on the basis of that Leitrim was going to be reunited.
No matter what.
No matter what. And they then decided to start from there.
And there was a knock-on effect.
It's all about where do you start.
Yeah. So it's all Leitrim's fault, Paschal, isn't it?
Well, I go back to, there was a famous constituency creation called Longford Roscommon.
Yep.
And I remember being told afterwards that Pádraig Flynn was the Minister for the Environment at the time, and it was either a case of Mayo being reduced or the creation of this unusual joint county, which never really worked, and it only lasted one commission because there were 2 separate provinces and they had very little in common. And in fact, in the count, if I remember, there was very little transfer between one and the other, although it went down to the last count. and I think that Longford then transferred into Roscommon. But the point I'm trying to make is that it was where somebody said at the time, it all depends on where you start.
Okay.
And it seems they started in Mayo. They decided that Mayo was going to retain its 5 seats, and therefore they had to have the knock-on effect that you're talking about. And the same thing happened, in my opinion, to create this bizarre
and it
thing
is bizarre. Okay.
And I think it'll only last one election.
We'll come back to some of that. We're going out to the floor. Harry Keaney is joined by former Sligo councillor Gerard Mulcahy of Fine Gael. Incidentally, Mark Fitzpatrick tweets from Boston saying he's loving our coverage on YouTube and well done to all the team. So we, as I said, we have listeners and viewers all over the world, 51 countries. Harry with Gerry Mulcahy. Harry.
Former Fine Gael councillor Gerard Mulcahy from South Sligo. It's been a disappointing day for the Fine Gael supporters in the south of the county.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the loss of John Perry's Dáil seat is really a blow to that area, and I want to commiserate with John on losing his seat. He represented the area for 20 years with distinction, a very hard worker, and I think it's the nature of politics that after such a great career, it's sad that John is losing out today. And I think what's extraordinary is that vast area of 60 kilometres by 44 may well find itself at the end of this election without a TD for the first time in the history of the state. And I received many phone calls yesterday from people who was wondering what I felt about the outcome. And the one thing that very few people seem to realise was that the Perry transfer was not going to ensure or guarantee that Eamon Scanlon would be elected. And I think that the shape of the constituency has meant now that it's going to be very hard even in the future to have a representative in Dáil from that vast area in southwest Sligo.
Ballymote has traditionally been a strong support base for Fine Gael, going back to the days of Eugene Gilhawley. And as I say, now we're faced with a situation where Ballymote man John Perry he's not going to take the seat. Where do you see his votes going when he is eliminated?
Well, from what I'm hearing here since I came into the count, that they may split a third to Eamon Scanlon and 2/3 between the two Fine Gael candidates. And that, on the figures, that would ensure that that we'll get 2 seats, that both Jerry Rinnans and Tony McLaughlin. Now, of course, there will go a vote to Sinn Féin. I don't think it'll be very significant, and I don't think it's going to be great enough to put Chris McManus ahead of Martin Keaney. Like, there's almost 2,000 votes in it there now, and I don't see Chris McManus, even with the Sligo-based eliminations that's to come up, catching Martin Keaney. So I would see 2 seats for Leitrim there with Martin Keaney and Jerry Rinnans and Tony McLaughlin and Mark McSharry in Sligo.
So you wouldn't necessarily agree with the assertion that the distribution of Perry's vote would be the deciding factor in which of the Sinn Féin candidates actually make it in the end?
Well, it's a large chunk of Sligo-based votes, but I don't see it going in sufficient numbers to Chris McManus to put him ahead of Martin Keaney. And I feel there's too much ground to be made up, and the distance, even the votes is based. The main block of votes that John Perry has is based in southwest Sligo, and I see them. Of course, they have come from. He has had a vote all over the constituency, but I see them going to his party colleagues in the main. So I don't think they'll go great enough numbers to ensure that Chris will actually pass out Martin Keaney.
Jerry Mulcahy, thanks very much for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm now speaking to Keith Henry, who was the Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil candidate Eamon Scanlon. Just give me a reading of the situation at the moment, Keith.
Yeah, well, at the moment it's looking not very well for Eamon, unfortunately. It looks like John Perry is going to go next. I think Bree, from what I'm hearing, is going to jump over Perry. As has already been said, Perry's twos. He's a Fine Gael candidate after all. You'd be expecting 50 to 60% of those to stay with the Fine Gael candidates that are still in the field. From the sample of tallies that we did yesterday and from listening to other people, we're getting in around 22 to 25%, which it might sound enough at the moment, but unfortunately for Eamon, from our perspective, we feel that when Paddy O'Rourke is eliminated, that those twos and his transfers will play among the Leitrim candidates. So look, it's not all gone, but it's difficult to see how we'll make up there. And the current gap at the moment, it's 1,047. We're 1,047 behind Reynolds, 746 behind McLaughlin. Would expect McLaughlin to shoot ahead on the back of Casserly's transfers. Reynolds is. We're closing the gap with Reynolds, but not at a fast enough pace that by the time Paddy O'Rourke goes out, that we'd be able to weather the storm of that, Leitrim voting for Leitrim. And just from tallying boxes yesterday in Cavan and Leitrim, it was interesting to see that they were voting for Kenny O'Rourke and Reynolds. And
it was interesting as well in that the local newspaper, the Leitrim Observer, also had its front page story about the urged Leitrim people to vote for a Leitrim candidate. So that seems to be carrying over in the vote.
Absolutely, and I mean to have the extra vote in Cavan at its back, it was a huge benefit to the Leitrim candidates, and a lot of people were expecting that to be a low turnout in Cavan, and that didn't seem to transpire. Now we didn't, out of respect to Paddy O'Rourke, we didn't overly overly canvass Leitrim or Cavan, but the bit that we did, we felt that the people of Cavan were absolutely livid about the way this constituency was carved up. And on that basis we were thinking, maybe the turnout in those areas would be slightly lower than it was. But in fairness to Paddy O'Rourke, for a man who was only canvassing 36 days, had a phenomenal campaign. To come out on top in Cavan was a huge achievement. The bookies said you couldn't back Martin Kenny at the price he was in the bookies to top the poll. So unfortunately for the party, even though we had 4,000 votes more than Fine Gael, it looks like the spread of that vote, the way it's spread out between the three candidates, it doesn't lend itself well to Eamon's position, unfortunately, at the moment. But look, we're not dead and buried yet, but it's going to be a long haul, and I think that the best option that we would have is that if McSharry could reach a quota, but I mean he's already, after this count, he'd still be about 2,100 short of a quota. So if he could get to a quota before O'Rourke would go, then certainly we were in with a shout, but that would seem unlikely at the moment. But it's just an interesting statistic that I was noticing, that prior to the last elimination, Fianna Fáil were getting 23% of the transfers as opposed to Fine Gael's 11%. So if that trend continued, we might have some hope. But I mean, a 45% transfer from Labour to Fine Gael, county boundaries didn't seem to matter there because Jerry Reynolds got a large vote off Susan O'Keefe. So it seems to me that Sligo voters don't mind voting for Leitrim candidates, but the reverse is not the same.
Keith, thanks very much for that, and thanks for talking to me.
Okay, thank you.
That was Keith Henry, who's Director of Elections for Eamon Scanlon. Before that, Jerry Mullaney. Michael, do you want to comment on what Keith said? They're not dead and buried yet.
Well, not so much, but very definitely not dead and buried yet, and not over yet. But can I just go back to the question of the boundary and the boundary commission?
Yeah.
I believe what's needed is, and I've said this before, what we need to do is that the terms of reference of the Boundary Commission need to be examined, because it's simply wrong to breach county boundaries.
Yeah.
And whoever is elected from this election here and this are going to have to deal with 4 local authorities, 4 sets of agencies, 4 sets of media, local media, and there's a problem here in that what we're doing is we're taking the representatives further away from the people that they are representing, and that's bad for democracy.
Okay, this person says, just looking at the Sligo Leitrim map, it would have made much more sense to include North Roscommon in Sligo Leitrim instead of Cavan.
Well, I just say I agree absolutely with what Michael has said, and in fact, in previous constituencies commissions, and it might even be the wording of the last one, it kind of rather ambiguously said that county boundaries should be maintained insofar as was possible, I think was what, but they kind of left wriggle room, and Michael is right, that there should be a mandated requirement that county boundaries should be respected. But then you see what has happened is that as Michael will know, the population shifts have been so considerable over the last 20 years, particularly in the urban areas of the East Coast, where like the Dublin sprawl, for example, has gone right out into several counties which we would have deemed to have been more rural. But that's part of the problem of the Constituencies Committee. But he's right in that the terms of reference needs to take account of exactly what we're discussing here, about this big monolithic territorial constituency.
East, west, and north, south.
Could I ask you to address a point, and you wouldn't have heard him, Paschal, because I know you were...
Sorry.
No, Keith Henry made a point that Eamon Scanlon's best hope is if Mark McSherry exceeds the quota, which he doesn't believe he will do, and that remains Eamon Scanlon's best hope of election.
Well, it's interesting. I remember asking the question, was it earlier this morning, where was Mark going to get his quota from? But I accept what he's saying, but I'm still holding out that Mark will gain significantly from both the Casserly and the Perry and Bree transfers. I think he's going to gain significantly, and the reason I'm basing that is on his track record of transfers. He's very transfer friendly, and you've only got to look at the sequence of the count so far, where right across the political divide he has picked up into the hundreds in all cases. So the fact that Marie Casserly, this is going to be quite significant to address what Keith has said. How many votes is Mark going to get? And then when we look at Perry, how many votes is he going to get? Now, he may not get as many, but the Bree transfers could transfer significantly to put him very close to it. But I think Keith is right. There would need to be a significant surplus, and it may not happen. I'm still concerned about Eamon's development.
This person is calling, I don't know who it is, this person, I'm calling it 1 McSherry, 2 McLaughlin, 3 Keaney and 4 Reynolds. Please discuss. Well, we've been discussing it for the last 2 days. A lot of anger about the Boundary Commission decision and the split up, the carving up of constituencies, and it came up again and again in the election campaign, and more, of course, people want to know.
I'm wondering, did John, I didn't do this, perhaps I should have, it's an obvious one, I wonder, did John analyse what the turnout was in Donegal and Cavan relative to the total electorate?
We were discussing that yesterday and said we would address it. Well, I don't know if we've got percentage. Did you get any percentages?
No, I
Somebody
didn't.
we were talking to yesterday,
but I will do it.
I think it was it Sean McNiff said to us yesterday the turnout in Donegal was higher than he would have anticipated, but that doesn't really mean anything without figures. Okay, 0818 365 500. Incidentally, 5 minutes or less we're told for the ninth count. The ninth count. We're ready now for the ninth count. And thanks to our good friend Tommy Gorman of RT for that. Next minute or two, ninth count. And this, of course, is the distribution of Marie Casserly's votes in the sum of 4,138. And there's a lot of speculation, as we've been saying all morning, in relation to where these votes will go. To look for again here, Paschal, what are you looking? What's going to be
I'm looking for the McSherry and Perry transfers, and also relative to the Scanlon-Reynolds situation, whether Eamon Scanlon can narrow the gap on Jerry Reynolds.
Perry is getting very little from Marie Casserly.
That's interesting if Perry is not getting it. Would that suggest that maybe Jerry Reynolds isn't?
I don't know. Is that from good authority, John?
Yes, and Declan Bree has got quite a substantial vote from Marie Casserly this time. But again, that shows that the independents, before they return back to the parties, the independents have stayed with the independents, and we've seen that right away in the distribution.
John,
system.
what vote has Mary Casserly got out of Leitrim?
If you just bear with me for one moment, Marie Casserly out of Leitrim got 340 votes.
We just interrupt you, gentlemen, for the ninth count.
The following is the result of the ninth count. which consisted of the distribution of Marie Casserly's votes of 4,138. Bree Declan, plus 959, giving him a total of 5,361. 5361. Keaney Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 242, giving him a total of 7,270. 7270. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 290, giving him a total of 5,547. 5547. McSharry Mark, Fianna Fáil, plus 617, giving him a total of 10,322. 10322. McLaughlin Tony Fine Gael, plus 615, giving him a total of 7,628. 7628. O'Rourke Paddy Fianna Fáil, plus 86, giving him a total of 5,949. 5949. Perry John Fine Gael, plus 162, giving him a total of 4,935. 4935. Reynolds George Fine Gael, plus 218, giving him a total of 7,532. 7532. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil, plus 255, giving him a total of 6,522. 6522. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. John Perry, 4,935 votes, and the next count will consist of that distribution. Thank you.
Okay, well that's officially the end of an era. John Perry losing his seat in Sligo Leitrim officially, something that became apparent from an early stage yesterday. Sorry.
Thank you.
I think that was the non-transferable, was it? I think he said 694. Right, okay. Paschal, you earmarked what you were looking for on that.
I did, and not looking good for Eamon Scanlon.
Yeah.
Jerry Reynolds
is over 100 votes.
It just amazes me that he got. I mean, there he is up in Carrick and Shannon Ballinamore. As John said earlier, I think it was a 300 plus votes out of Leitrim for Marie Casserly. John?
Yes, but that was on first preferences. We must remember that Marie Casserly got picked up votes along the way.
But at the same time, Jerry Reynolds, 218. I mean, he's been very transfer friendly right across the board, over particularly the last 3 or 4 counts. Whereas Eamon, although the gap is narrowing, it's insignificant. And I would have thought that Marie Casserly, he had a good chance of maybe getting more. And compare that with Mark McSharry's 617.
Yeah.
Now, I appreciate that Mark is in Sligo Town.
Yeah, but again, you were making the point about it being transfer friendly.
Yes, transfer friendly, and Mark is very transfer friendly, but equally, Jerry Reynolds is very transfer friendly. And when you compare the 218 he got with the 650 that Tony McLaughlin got, I'm not sure whether Noel is disappointed with that transfer of McLaughlin's, but you're now looking at Tony and Jerry being literally neck and neck, although I think that Tony will go ahead now with this
with Perry's elimination.
But I have to say, it looks like Jerry Reynolds is going to get a significant transfer from.
Okay, it's strengthening your resolve that Fine Gael are going to get 2 seats.
It's looking more likely.
Noel, would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's looking more like it. It's looking more like it definitely than it was when we left here last night. Just on Marie Casserly's vote, I suppose the significant thing from Tony McLaughlin is that he got 2 votes less than Mark McSharry. Now, I think Tony would be a little bit disappointed with that, in that, one would have thought that because of Marie Casserly's family background.
Yeah, and that was what you were speculating on earlier. You would have expected more to go to McLaughlin.
Connections, I would have thought that Tony McLaughlin would have done much better than that. But Anyway, that's the way as it is. He's still in a very strong position, but could have done a little better there.
John?
Yes, that's exactly the point. And remember that Marie Casserly's vote, the majority of that on her first preference vote was picked up in the North Sligo area. And we would have assumed that Tony McLaughlin, being the closest to that North Sligo area, would have picked up more. But Mark McSharry again polled very well in that area as well, in that North Sligo area, and right on into Bundoran as well. So I'm not surprised at the particular pickup from Mark McSharry. But Tony McLaughlin, if he was in anything in a weaker position there, would be very, very vulnerable there.
Yeah, just bring in Paschal.
The impressive transfer that Declan Bree got. I mean, again,
and that's been consistent all day.
Yeah,
really,
we were talking, you see, earlier on about Marie Casserly, Jean Poole, Fine Gael were going to dominate, but there you have Declan way out there with nearly 1,000 transfers,
959,
which is very, very impressive. And I'm sure it must give him some heart for the future when he'll analyse these figures.
Absolutely. When you see John Perry being eliminated before Declan Bree.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I suppose just on that point, Paschal, you have to remember that Declan Bree is the only independent left standing. And Marie Casserly being an independent, I suppose it's fairly understandable that she gets a significant vote.
But would you not agree that they're at the opposite ends of the political spectrum?
I would, but they're both independents, and we also have to take into consideration that Marie Casserly benefited very significantly from Nigel Gallagher's elimination, which is obviously his number 3s at this stage is part of her.
Maybe we'll just repeat those figures again. They are up on our website. The 9th count from Sligo Leitrim, and this was a distribution of Marie Casserly's votes. Bree plus 959, giving him a total of 5,361. Martin Kenny plus 242. He's now on 7,270. Chris McManus plus 290, he's on 5,547. Mark McSharry plus 617, giving him a total of 10,322. Tony McLaughlin plus 615, leaving him with 7,628 votes. Paddy O'Rourke plus 86, he's on 5,949. John Perry plus 162, he's on 4,935. Jerry Reynolds plus 218, giving him a total of 7,532. And Eamon Scanlon plus 255, leaving him with 6,522. And John Perry has been eliminated on the 9th count, 10th count underway distribution of Perry's votes. And as we said earlier, John, now it gets really, really interesting.
Yes, indeed. And this elimination here of the exclusion of John Perry from the continuing count here is only going to consolidate McLaughlin and Reynolds at this point in time. And we then just have to look a step forward to that when we're coming very close to having our first candidate elected, with the exclusion of It probably will be Bree, but if Bree gets, and he has been transfer friendly, Declan Bree has been equally transfer friendly, if he gets anything from Perry in substantive terms, he quite possibly could catch Chris McManus at this point in time. And then that would put a whole new bearing on what we'd been projecting earlier.
Okay, I was looking for some piece of paper I had from yesterday, and I found it, and this was, I can't remember when this was yesterday, but you were analysing Perry's number 2s, and I don't know how representative they were, you might remember, and you were saying McSharry was getting 5%, McLaughlin 35%, Reynolds 25%, and Scanlon 21%.
That's correct. And we see no reason for that to have changed.
For that to change.
For that to have changed since. And even 20% of that is still given Eamon Scanlon 1,000 votes. on a simple mathematical transfer, we're giving him 1,000 votes on the 20%. It may go a couple of percent more on that.
All right, okay.
But that will still only will bring Eamon Scanlon to 7,500. But what he's actually doing then is passing Keaney. And what I'm surmising now is that if Declan Bree can get a little bit more than what I would have originally expected, then he could go ahead of Chris McManus. And then we're looking at it, rather than it being Scanlon determining which of the Sinn Féin candidates was going to be elected, that Chris McManus will be eliminated, which is a complete turnaround as we look at how things are solidifying now.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, but the spread was all over the constituency as well as the parties. The only thing, I'm not surprised that Declan Bree would have got the preponderance of them. I am somewhat surprised that Chris McManus didn't pick up more of the transfer, just simply because of geography.
Yeah.
And the final point is this: there were 694 non-transferable in that count. I wonder what the impact of the increase in the non-transferables will be from now on.
John?
Yes, but then again we're looking at the number of people who have voted down 10, 11 and 12.
Yeah.
And going back to the point that Michael has made there, I'm just looking back at Chris McManus. Chris McManus started off with 4,747. He now has 5,547. So Chris McManus hasn't been as transfer friendly. Overall that he has only picked up 800 votes. Whereas if we look at Declan Bree, who started with 3,250 and he now has 5,361, he has picked up 2,000 votes along that spectrum. So if that is to replicate itself there, where instead of Declan Bree being eliminated next, as we all thought, and even as I was saying that I thought Chris McManus would be in the thing, it totally turns it round completely that Chris McManus could be eliminated. Now that's not going to make any difference to the Sinn Féin seat.
No.
It's not going to make any difference to the Sinn Féin seat, but it's certainly going to boost Declan Bree on how he has performed in this election. And again, the Fine Gael candidates are going to be boosted.
And equally, the same argument could be made about Martin Keaney, very transfer friendly. He's gone from 6-4 to 7-2 as well, in the context of the comments about Chris McManus.
Yes. Okay, well, somebody was wondering earlier about Mass. Others were worried yesterday about the rugby, and there is a matter of National Football League games this afternoon as well. We will be keeping you up to date with how our local teams are doing. Kevin, you have the details before our break.
Yeah, that's right, Niall. We're going to take an ad break now. We'll have our first two match updates for you, but of course I suppose we're in the melting pot here in the Clarion Hotel, so it's important that we do give it its time on air. So we'll get our first two updates out of the way in a moment with Darragh.
Okay, and just remind us again who's in action this afternoon.
You've got Offaly taking on Sligo, and Leitrim are up against Antrim, as Paschal mentioned in the last hour.
Okay, we'll have updates from those games and the 2 o'clock news in a couple of minutes, and you won't miss anything of the action here at the Clarion Hotel. to the Clarion Hotel in Sligo for the continuation of the Sligo Leitrim count. It's going to go on for about 4 more hours, we estimate, till we get a conclusion here. We're currently waiting the results of the 10th count. Should be with us very shortly, which is the distribution of John Perry's votes, 4,935 votes to be distributed. And as we said, it's the end of an era, really. 12 minutes past 12, John Perry, or 12 minutes past 1, I think it was, John Perry officially eliminated from the Sligo Leitrim count, ending his 19-year career as a TD. It's a long time ago since John Perry got elected back in the Gillooly Hall back in 1997. I have a message coming in from all over the place, which I'll get to in a moment, but just talking to a lot of people there, Noel, during the break, and there seems to be more and more people of the opinion now that Jerry Reynolds seems to be the one favoured to take that 4th seat.
Yeah, well, he's definitely coming into a stronger position slowly now, very slowly. But I mean, I suppose, the 9th count is over and Jerry is still on 7,500 votes. Certainly Jerry's team wouldn't have expected that he'd be there, on the 9th count, that he'd be that low. We're expecting that he get a much higher first preference votes, but look, if you get a seat in this game, it doesn't really matter whether it's the first, the second, the third.
And nobody remembers at what stage you were elected, as long as you get a seat. Paschal, I have a question for you from one of the candidates. No, go ahead. You wanted to make something.
I just tweeted on my own Twitter account that it looks likely that Fine Gael will take 2 out of 4. Jerry Reynolds and Tony McLaughlin, and based on the discussion we had earlier, John, looking at the Chris McManus situation, he's not proving as transfer friendly as I would have thought from the left wing distributions, and with Bree on 5-3-6-1 and Chris on 5-5-4-7, there's only 200 votes separating Declan from Chris, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibilities that Declan could go ahead because he's been exceptionally transfer friendly. So it's beginning to shape up now that Martin Keaney would be in pole position to take that Sinn Féin seat. What was the question?
The question's from Marie Casserly, one of the candidates, independent candidates. Niall, can you please clarify? I have never been a member of Fine Gael or any party, or involved in any way with any party. I am not Gene Poole Fine Gael or Gene Poole anything. Can you just please clarify that with Paschal?
Well, I don't know why she's singling me out, because I'm going to blame Noel. I was taking my lead almost exclusively from Noel, because I wouldn't be familiar with Marie's political background. I fully respect the fact that she's an independent, and maybe it would have been a bit unfair to independents in that in attempting to look behind the numbers, we try to figure out, try to figure out, what way would it lean, what way would it go in terms of the transfers. So forgive me, Marie, for in any way impugning the fact that I appreciate it. My late father was an independent through a few elections before he joined Fianna Fáil, and I understand perfectly how very important it is that you maintain your independent status. So forgive me if there was any suggestion of otherwise. It was only in attempting to be analytical, and we sometimes, and I'll take the blame if she feels that I was to blame in that, but I'm blaming Noel because I was taking my lead exclusively from Noel initially.
And sometimes there's no harm in this because people love it. Sometimes we can be a bit over analytical. Well, not me, but
I can. I'll put my hands up. Put my hands up. I'm probably thinking out loud. Sorry, Noel.
I actually made that comment as well. Marie, look, if you're listening, you are listening, I assume, at this stage. I certainly didn't mean to brand you with any political party, but my understanding was from the people, the Fine Gael people in North Sligo, that your family, not yourself, and I think we stressed that yesterday when we were talking about this, but that your family background, perhaps your father was involved with Fine Gael at some stage back in the past. That was the only reference to it, and I suppose from a Fine Gael perspective, it was always thought that you would damage, if you like, Tony McLaughlin, or pull down his vote in the North Sligo and the Old Drumcliff electoral area, and if your votes has been distributed, that whatever you took him down by might come back to him. That was all that was behind.
And by the way, Marie, I think the facts speak for themselves. You gave 959 votes to Declan Bree. Declan Bree would not be by any shape or any stretch of the imagination be allied with Fine Gael. And in fact, we commented, and I think Noel made the comment, that Tony McLaughlin's transfers from you were disappointing. So I think that you are totally vindicated, not only by what you've said, but by the actual count itself, by the transfer of your, the distribution of your own votes. I think that's proved it beyond any doubt. It stands there forever.
Okay, and she says thank you both for clarifying that. So that's that.
Very happy.
That's sort of right. Francie is mad to get in here with it.
Twitter is.
No, Francie, sorry.
That's how quick Twitter is. She asked a question and she replied by the time Paschal had finished.
Okay, now Francie wants to make a comment on the analysis. Isn't that what's your? Somebody wants to know about the.
You must have something.
What time is lunch?
The Leitrim transfer patterns with the Prairie folk.
Here's what they do want to know. Somebody said, Eamon Scanlon, will he get the majority of John Perry's second preference vote? Speaking as a Ballymote person, we vote Scanlon 1 and Perry 2, or Perry 1 and Scanlon 2. South Sligo will not lose their TD. So somebody, could McManus go next? Is there any chance Bree could go ahead of McManus after party elimination? I'm just going through these ones that come in earlier. Sure. Still same as the tally as this height for nothing, and even we still are none the wiser. Why are the same old faces going on every time for elections? We need young people, sick and tired of looking at the same old faces. Why don't they put on their sons or daughters? This is 2016, not 1947 or 57 or 67. Young people in politics are the way forward. Is Chris McManus in with any sort of chance, says somebody? And somebody at 9 p.m. last night I sent a text asking if the panel thought that Bree could overtake Perry. No one picked up on it. I texted again this morning. It was accepted. It might be possible. It's now possible he might catch McManus. And that comes from, and he just says regards to John and Paschal and Noel, and that comes from Bernard. And finally, just on a lighter note, Paschal, is there any chance you could please play the Tumbling Dice by the Rolling Stones? And I said, I'm joking, of course, Paschal, you're playing a blinder.
Yeah, it's probably an appropriate one about the tumbling dice, all right, yeah, because that's what we're dicing with.
Yeah, and don't go into a big. Well, no, I always enjoy your background to songs and.
I'm not going to say a word.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something about the Rolling Stones.
No, not a word. No.
They're not related. They're not related to any. Maybe if John Comiskey was there, he might find a link with one of the Rolling Stones or one of the candidates on the ballot paper. I don't know.
Oh, the chances are. By the way, to answer the question which we've been addressing, and I think John was the one that actually suggested this about an hour back, that yes, Declan Bree could go ahead of Chris McManus, which, by the way, upsets my piece of analysis totally. Because it became increasingly obvious as the morning wore on that Chris isn't been as transfer friendly as I thought he was going to be with the distribution of the Sligo votes. And I think there was a question asked, was there, Francie, about what was there? A question asked about Leitrim, was there, or something?
Just in the Leitrim one was. Let me see.
Maybe not.
No, I don't think there was one. It was just the kind of will.
It was
the majority. Will Scanlon get the majority? John
people in Ballymote vote Scanlon.
That was
the local.
Well, Noel would probably best answer that. But Ballymote, can I just say, Ballymote certainly was very much Scanlon.
Yeah, 2-1 in most boxes, as far as I remember.
That might be reflected anyway.
No.
Yeah, no, I would say that the part of John Perry's vote, which is the bigger part from South Sligo, will be very favourable to Eamon Scanlon. I mean, I said yesterday 40% that Eamon Scanlon would get 40% of that, and I still think he would. But we have to take into account that John Perry got a significant part of his vote from outside the Ballymote area, from outside the South Sligo area, in Sligo town and in North Sligo. And that section of the vote is unlikely to be voter transferable friendly to Eamon Scanlon. So I suppose when we put one with the other, there was a figure given, and I think it's going to be fairly right that perhaps a third of John Perry's vote will go to Eamon Scanlon.
Yeah.
And towards 2/3 to Jerry, third each to Jerry Reynolds and Tony McLaughlin.
Yeah. Also, is there a question that maybe has Eamon already got a share of the vote in South Sligo?
Yeah, and that's something I remember you raised yesterday as well.
That maybe there isn't much more to give.
Yeah.
Well, that is a good point, Paschal. I mean, John Perry's vote, is down significantly on what he got the last time, down to nearly half. And I suppose the vote he got is more of a core Fine Gael vote when you go down to that level. And the more core Fine Gael vote it is, the less likely it is to transfer in the same numbers to Eamon Scanlon.
Michael, do you have a view on that?
I'll pass for the moment. I'm just catching up on you. I was out there for a minute. I'm still happy that we'll hold the seat.
Okay.
I'm still a little bit uncertain as to which of our candidates.
You still can't call it.
Will hold the seat. No.
Well, we were making the point here, Michael. Just to recap, I think John initially raised the issue that Declan Bree could go ahead of Chris McManus, which opens up an entirely new vista. There's only 200 votes between them. And we're talking now about a Fine Gael transfer.
Okay.
So, and the Fine Gael transfer is coming out of South Sligo, whereas both Chris and Declan are in Sligo town. So, can you read anything into that?
It would certainly be significant for Chris, obviously, if that were to happen. I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely.
Even though there's only 200 between them.
And I think that it's unlikely that we're going to hold we're going to get 2 seats in this constituency.
Well, I'm more thinking about whether it's either Chris McManus or Martin Keaney.
Right, yeah.
That was behind the question.
I think that's a possibility, all right, yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it, gentlemen, that I'm not wanting to dance in John Perry's grave, but the original plan obviously was to run Reynolds and McLaughlin. They were very confident of 2 seats, and despite all the tribulations and the High Court challenge by John Perry, here they are again in pole position to take 2 seats.
Well, I've said it, but I want to say it again. I have been really impressed with Jerry Reynolds' performance in this election because he had a number of handicaps, and I'm trying to be objective here, starting out. One was that he had forsaken politics at national level and, in fact, did not stand in the last local elections. So he was effectively out of the political milieu. To then relaunch from that perspective, firstly, in the face of not a gale, but let's say the wind wasn't exactly in favour of the government, as the votes have turned out. Also in Leitrim, the fracking issue was seen to be politically a major issue. I'm wondering how big an issue has it been for the actual electorate, Michael?
I was going to bring that up earlier, and I was reluctant to, because I'm actually of the opinion, more than the repeal of the 8th Amendment, that it wasn't a major issue. It is a bit, and we should clarify this, no more than the abortion, it's an important issue, but was it a big issue in the election?
Well, I know from going around canvassing, and this was both in Sligo and in Leitrim I was canvassing, that at several doors the fracking issue was raised. And I think that many people complimented me, and one of the things that they said that I did well in the Dáil was to make sure that fracking was kept on the agenda there. Now, I understand what Jerry says. He says, look, at the EPA is an independent body, he's going to wait until the research comes out, etc., etc., etc. I would contend to that while the EPA is an independent body, the study that has been commissioned by the EPA, because they engaged cheerleaders for the fracking industry as lead partners,
the point we're making
means
is
the study will not be independent.
But I don't think people were.
It's not the argument of the EPA. The argument is Jerry Reynolds was the only member of Leitrim County Council who voted against that particular motion. Was it January of last year? And by so doing, he kind of put himself out on a pedestal where
he did.
He was up for ridicule and abuse.
He was.
And it was said to me when he declared for the general election campaign that would be his downfall because he made a stand on that issue.
I have to say,
and the point we're making is that it obviously hasn't. It maybe he would have had more votes if he didn't.
Jerry he's a long engagement in politics. You know, people know Jerry Reynolds, and I think all of us will hold a view on one matter, that other people might disagree with.
Yeah.
But they look at the whole person and they vote for that.
Well, no, I don't want to let it go with that, Michael. I mean, that seems, with respect, a little bit simple here. I mean, I kick this off on the basis that, and Niall, I think, is going somewhere down the road with me. He stood out. He made it clear he opposed the resolution at Leitrim County Council. The amount of protests that have been generated by Love Leitrim and by other anti-fracking groups had led me and others to believe that this was a major issue for Leitrim in general, but particularly once you cross the lake at Loughallen down into North Leitrim. By the way, both Michael and I sing off the one hymn sheet.
Yeah,
we sat on the same committee.
Just to clarify, before they start tweeting and texting in.
Yeah, we sat on the.
It's not. We're not talking about the importance of the issue
not
itself.
at all.
It's just,
we're talking about the political
the prevalence
fallout.
of it. Yeah.
Yes.
Noel, did you?
Yeah. No, I just want to say about Jerry Reynolds. I was speaking to one of his canvassers there that canvassed the main road from Blacklion to Manor Hamilton town, which is the heartland of the fracking, where the anti-fracking debate is originating. And they tell me, now, look at when you canvass in during the day, you probably only get 50% of the houses doors answered. But they told me of the people who answered the door that fracking didn't come up once on the journey from Blacklion to Manor Hamilton. Now, I'm not saying it's not an issue down there, but it didn't come up on those doors. But I just want to go on to say another thing about Jerry Reynolds, and I'd agree with Michael Colreavy on this. I mean, when people is voting for a candidate, they're voting for the person, they're voting for a package, and I think Jerry Reynolds has, a very good package to offer the electorate and offer the public. And it was said here yesterday about Mark McSherry that one of his strengths was that he could be ministerial in line for a ministerial office should fall return to government. I think the very same has been said over and over and over again about Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, was it said on high? I'm wondering, was it said on high? Because it was interesting that Jerry Reynolds made a return to politics. And I'm wondering, was he asked on as opposed to volunteering his services?
I suppose
with the promise of something.
Niall, these days it's the electorate in Sligo Leitrim are on high. It's no place else, and it's looking increasingly likely as the day goes on that Jerry Reynolds is going to get a seat here. Yeah. Not guaranteed yet, but it is looking more increasingly likely. And I mean, the people, particularly of Leitrim and of West Cavan, has voted here for Jerry Reynolds, the man. Look at every candidate, whether it's Michael Colreavy or Paschal Mooney or any candidate, them all have parts of them that the electorate doesn't like. But if you're a candidate that the electorate likes 3/4 of what you stand for, or more, that's what you need. Okay. Jerry Reynolds is not a please all type candidate, but he did take a stance on fracking. He gave an explanation for it, that he was waiting for the full facts. He's the type of person, from what I know of him, that he does operate on that kind of a basis. Okay. But I think people voted for a wider person than just a single issue.
Can I just add something? Just two things. One, about the road from Blacklion to Manor Hamilton. I don't know what part of the road they were on, but I think Michael would agree with me that there were several houses. You didn't even have to knock on the door because they had a sign outside saying no fracking, and it was quite significant. So maybe they weren't on the road from Blacklion to Manor Hamilton, or they had them down that day, but certainly it was an issue in North Leitrim in particular.
Very much, and they're the most friendly people, but
absolutely, we just had a position on that.
Well,
now, the second thing that I wanted to say is I agree with everything else that Noel has said, and it goes back to a question that was raised by somebody through Francie on the Twitter about getting new people and why should there be sons and daughters.
I was going to come back to that.
Now, the amazing thing about it, Niall, is this is an old chestnut, and yes, when you consider family businesses where it has passed on from father to son or father to daughter without any election, this business, nobody passes a blind bit or marks and says, they should be doing something else. And yes, when it comes to politics, where a person has to put themselves before the electorate, they don't decide that they're going to be in the door. People have to put them
I've counted 8 out of 18 candidates are not new candidates.
That's what. Well, I was. Yeah, but also
in this.
okay.
And what I mean not new. Some
I know
of them have only contested council elections, so that's a good proportion of
but
new
also,
candidates.
And also, I was about to say, going back to Marie Casserly, you know, if they wanted somebody that that wasn't part of an older generation, or whatever, well, then she was one of that group of independent or of new candidates that people made a decision on whether they were going to vote or not. So I don't think you can hang somebody out there because they come from a family background.
Okay, and just in a couple of minutes we'll be going back to our match updates. Of course, Offaly at home to Sligo in the National Football League, Leitrim at home to Antrim. We'll be going back there in a couple of minutes to get a couple of updates. It was something else I wanted to mention to you. Sorry, work away.
Just before we finish that point on Jerry Reynolds, I mean, the other thing that has to be taken into consideration about Jerry Reynolds, he's one of he's a very, very successful businessman in County Leitrim. Played a significant role in the development of Carrick-on-Shannon, the major town in Leitrim, and a very significant ratepayer in the county. And I mean, he's certainly, I could see where he attracted a business vote. He attracted a Fine Gael vote, and he attracted probably a dynasty vote, and that his family.
It's interesting you make that point, Noel, because Jerry was on our show after he declared that he was interested in seeking in the nomination. He came in to do an extended interview, and he said something very interesting at the time. And he said he has a completely different perspective on politics now than he had when he was a TD and senator because of his role in business, and he stepped away from politics and he became a successful businessman, and he had a completely different way of looking at politics. And now, which he felt was to his advantage.
My understanding there, Niall, about Jerry Reynolds, and I don't know his details of his personal circumstances that probably isn't in the public domain, but I understand he's a very wealthy man. And I understand.
We better qualify remarks like that now.
Well, no, but the point I want to make is this. Is that Jerry Reynolds doesn't need politics. Jerry Reynolds doesn't need a Dáil salary. Whatever a TD earns, 85 or 87,000 a year. Jerry Reynolds isn't going into politics to earn 85 or 87,000 a year. And I'm not suggesting any other TD or any candidate that was going in does either. But I mean, he's passionate about it. Politics might be, there's disadvantages to being in politics, but he's passionate.
I'll come back to you in a moment, John.
That's why he's there.
Have your tea, lads. We're going to National Football League updates now in a moment. You can hear it in Kevin's,
Biscuits.
I'll come back to you in a minute, John. Sorry, we just have to get the match updates.
Go ahead.
Thanks very much.
I was only going to drop a hay ball across the table.
Here they are. I'm here to catch it now.
It's strong now. I'm like Mrs. Doyle.
here now in the Clarion Hotel. We're still awaiting the results of the 10th count, distribution of John Perry's votes. He's been eliminated on the 9th count. We've a number of matters to get out of the way first. First of all, I can tell you it's 2-1 to Manchester United against Arsenal, and it's looking like 2-1-1 here in the Sligo Leitrim count. Someone else was tweeting in earlier to say, is there tea and biscuits for everybody in the audience? I'm afraid not. I don't know how they caught us on camera sneaking a couple of biscuits and tea. Right, we have some transatlantic messages. After we mentioned these before, we neglected to mention a couple of family members. First to you, Michael.
I had a serious omission, and I think I could be accused of... I had a serious omission, and I think I could accuse of being a bad family man if I didn't say hello to Cathal Colreavy. Cathal is out in Perth there, supposed to be working hard, but he's tuned in to the programme here. Cathal, good to know you're tuned in, and hope to see you all soon.
Okay, and can I just say, Michael, I'm delighted that you mentioned Cathal there as well. Hello, Cathal in Perth. Cathal, of course, a former student of the IT in Sligo, and was very friendly with him in the IT in Sligo. I want to particularly myself say hello to...
Okay, we'll say hello to him into the camera there,
Lauren, Dylan and Matthew, and of course to Jay and Sierra. Hello there, you're watching in there. Dion and Chelsea. Hello to everybody. I hope you grow up to be as good an analyst as I do.
Anybody else want to say hello? Francie, would you like to say hello to your extended family? No, he doesn't hear me. Would you like to say hello to anyone across the world now before we continue on with the important business? Nobody else? No, that's it. Right, okay, as I said, we're awaiting the 10th count. That's the distribution of Perry's votes. And I have to say, during our break for the sports updates, there are people ringing and texting and tweeting, asking us what's going on, what's likely to happen. I suppose we should do a summary because it's been a while since we've known. John?
Well, the important thing that's going to happen here is that Bree is going to be eliminated next. So Chris McManus is living in there, continuing on the fight. Bree is the next to be eliminated. He hasn't got this substantial... What did strike me, we were wondering about Eamon Scanlon getting the vote.
Yeah.
Again, going back to what Paschal was saying about Merrick McSherry being transfer friendly, Merrick McSherry has got quite a few votes from John Perry in this case. Eamon Scanlon has got, of course, naturally the bulk has gone to Tony McLaughlin and a lesser extent to Jerry Reynolds. But certainly Declan Bree is next to go, and then Chris McManus, he's still fighting in there, he's still in with it.
Yeah, we're reliably informed that McManus will be about 100 votes ahead of Bree after this distribution.
Yes, right? it'll be about that. But after that, then when Bree is eliminated or excluded from the continuing, then because of the fact that votes were picked up from Nigel Gallagher and others, Chris McManus will be the substantial beneficiary.
Okay, Paschal, just remind us again what to look out for here. People who are listening live and watching this live on oceanfm.ie, the Perry transfers, what figures should they be looking for in particular?
Two things: the ultimate destination of the fourth seat, which now seems increasingly likely to be Jerry Reynolds, but of more immediate concern is, as John has said, the distribution of the Perry vote. I think it is significant that Chris McManus will remain ahead of Declan Bree, because now you are entering into the realms of the unknown. Declan Bree on whatever 5,500 plus, surely he has to transfer substantially to Chris McManus. If not, well then we're looking at the likelihood of Martin Kenny taking the seat. But if there's a substantial transfer, he is currently some 1,700 votes behind.
Yeah, Kenny's on 7,270, McManus on 5,547.
Now, it's a lot to make up. It's an awful lot to make up, and I mean, on 5.5, I can't see him getting that many. But then again, stranger things have happened. Okay. But it only puts him there or thereabouts, because we're now looking at what is the next elimination. The next elimination would be after Bree. John, the next elimination is at Paddy O'Rourke.
Paddy O'Rourke. Yeah. Well, Michael, have you ever a take on that? And
it's going to be a real cliffhanger here. So I think it's going to be a real cliffhanger here. Martin Keaney is quite a bit ahead of Chris at the minute, but I would expect that when Declan Bree is eliminated, that a good number of his transfers will go towards will go to Chris McManus. The impact that that's going to have then, we'll be looking at whether transfers from Paddy O'Rourke will bring Martin Keaney back up again. So it's going to be a real cliffhanger. And in credit to the two lads, it was such a credible performance. But it looks as if our seat is safe anyway, and that's my main priority at this point in time.
Okay, as we said, it is getting a lot busier here in the Count Centre as the afternoon progresses. It's coming up to 3 o'clock. It's very hard to get a perspective on this, but we've been told by various sources that they hope to have it all done and dusted by 6 o'clock this evening. Would you agree with that, John?
By 6 o'clock. The only thing that's going to delay us now at this point in time is it may happen after the distribution of Bree's votes, but I don't see it that McSharry could be elected. But McSharry will be a substantial beneficiary as well of those votes, but I don't see that he will be put over the quota with those votes. And that means that then when Paddy O'Rourke is excluded, then that will mean that McSharry will have a far greater surplus to distribute and will have to be distributed. So that's going to slow down the process again. And I think in that instance then, given that McSharry will have a greater surplus having come from Paddy O'Rourke, a Leitrim candidate, that's going to increase the chances of Merrick Keaney taking the seat for Sinn Féin. That's what's going to happen there. We're quite possibly looking then that Merrick Keaney could be the second person elected.
Okay, it's just amazing how it swings and comes and goes over 2 days. And
you could actually end up, as I think we were inferring, is that the gap between Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds could actually be very small. Could be very small. Yep. That the gap between Eamon and Jerry could actually be only a matter of votes, but on Jerry's side.
All right, okay.
He's in pole position at the moment, no question.
Remember, again, you can watch all this live on oceanfm.ie. Our Twitter is at oceanfm Ireland, Facebook oceanfm Ireland, so you can watch exactly what's going on here. And if you're still curious to know which way your own area voted, the individual polling station tally figures are on our website as well, oceanfm.ie. Okay, this always happens, gentlemen, doesn't it, John? We're nearing the end. No, well, not the end. Nobody's been elected yet, but it gets very exciting in terms of the crowds coming in and supporters and family members of candidates. We will be joined by some more of the candidates, incidentally, some of whom have been contacting us to tell us that they will be joining us in due course when they come into the count. Yes,
and there's the finality coming into it now, which people are seeing on it there as well. And the interesting point about it there, Paschal has just mentioned there about Jerry Reynolds and the gap between Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds. The gap between Jerry Reynolds and Tony McLaughlin at the moment is only less than 100 votes. So it's going to be very, very tight. It's going to be right down to the wire. I wouldn't be at all surprised that we'd be somebody asking for a recheck later on as well. So we may not be out of here by 6 o'clock.
It's the first time anyone has mentioned the word recheck. Is the last word we want to hear today, John. I personally, I don't. Is it close enough for recheck? So you can't tell at this stage, Michael, can you?
Not yet, but as the transfers work through, I have no doubt that we're going to end up at some of the counts with two candidates who are very close to each other. It almost has to happen, because the numbers are quite close now.
Okay, and of course we won't go there yet, but there's a difference obviously between a recheck and a recount. There is significant difference.
There is, yes.
Okay, there's more questions coming in on Twitter. If you've got any queries at all, 083 3500 530 if you want to text us, or you can tweet at Ocean FM Ireland.
Have we got any indication of when we're going to get a declaration?
Also, I should have mentioned that we were told 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Probably another 2 minutes.
And again, Tommy's the man. Tommy Gorham, our good friend beside us, is usually the man who gets the nod from the returning officer. And of course, it's all, as you know, it all has to fall into line with the national television station, and when they're ready to take the count live. This will be the 10th count. But we were talking, I think, Paschal, you were a bit critical yesterday, maybe that the second count was a bit slow.
Well, they did say to me, I mean, I've spoken to the officials since, and they said it was primarily because of the two candidates that they were particularly careful to ensure that they got it right. That's why all the other counts have moved very fast.
Okay. I was also, Pádraig Hart will join us shortly, and Pádraig has got a very interesting take. He says he's been out and about in the hotel talking to grassroots members, particularly of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and he says he's got a very, very interesting overall perspective on how people are just thinking about the formation of a government in general. It'll be interesting. Despite, I know Paschal is vehemently opposed to it, but...
well, I'm just reflecting what was the discussions, certainly before the election.
Are you right? Okay. Have you heard any with phone calls and texts?
No, nothing. No.
Nothing back from the grassroots supporters in relation to it. John. Sorry, John. Sorry, John.
What strikes me as being very interesting in this, and we've been out and about on it and hearing what's happening and everything, is that people now, politicians, being elected, don't seem to want to go into government. They want to stay in opposition. So it's turning the why we conduct elections upside down completely. We elect them to run the country, to form a government. That's what the electorate are telling them.
It's an interesting point, Paschal. I don't know if you're going to rise to the debate or not, but you're not. Okay, but that's the whole point of a political party, is to get into power and implement your policies.
I agree. Yeah. But look, everybody has said that there's going to be a government formed. So I don't know what's going on in the inner sanctums of Fianna Fáil at this stage, and I don't think that even the party leadership knows. And I think they're going to wait until all the numbers fall into place.
Yeah.
And then obviously they'll have to make some sort of a decision.
Yeah, and I just want to pick up on something you said yesterday, because there was a bit of confusion as to whether the decision ultimately will be one of grassroots members at an Ordesh or
there's supposed to be a
members.
special Ordesh would be called to consult. My understanding is it's a little ambiguous, is to consult. It may not necessarily give them the sort of mandate that, for example, the Labour Party have to go through, or perhaps even Sinn Féin have to go through.
Okay.
I'm not too clear on that, because there was a rule change that came in during Micheál Martin's time.
And of course we know Fianna Fáil are the masters of consultation.
Well, so it depends very much on what the executive will say about this. Now, with an enlarged parliamentary party, I think that Micheál is going to have to listen very closely to what they say to him. Whereas in the pre-election scenario, with a small number of TDs, I think that there was a more centralised version of decision making.
Noel, I know we're straying from the point a little bit, but it's all relevant, of course. Noel.
Two issues here. One, the one that John raised, and the other, the one that Paschal is talking about. First of all, John's one about the people expect a government. The people really should have given a more decisive direction, or put one of the two major parties, Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, into a position that they be in a stronger position to appoint a government.
I mean, if there are individual votes,
no, I understand that, but like the flip side of it is that you cannot blame the governments
So we blame the people.
No, Michael, I didn't say we blame the people.
Done.
No, what I'm saying is, if the people wants a quick government that'll work, I'm just saying the party should have given a more decisive picture to one of the parties, one of the three parties.
No. And here you have the party driving the people.
Hold on a second now, Michael. Hold on. The other thing, I just want to pick up on Paschal's point about. I listened to Paschal a couple of times. I know he's been kind of put into a corner on this a few times over the last 2 days.
He's well fit for it.
I know he's well fit for it, and he's well able to handle it and answer it. But it was also interesting to hear John Ellis and Sean McNiff and some of the old veterans of Fianna Fáil saying that going into coalition with Fine Gael is out of the question. But yet Fianna Fáil expect minor parties to go into coalition with them. Now, if it's good enough for a small party to go into coalition with Fianna Fáil, why is it not good enough for Fianna Fáil to go into coalition with Fine Gael?
I just find it amazing. Paschal, you're sitting back, and
I can't offer anything. I wish I could.
I know when you sit back, with your arms folded, that means don't ask me.
I don't mean to.
No, but it just strikes me just as and we're waiting. It'll be upon us in a moment. This count. It strikes me that maybe a week or two before the election, people were talking. Maybe not a week before, but in the last few months, people might have been talking about Micheál Martin's future or not in the Fianna Fáil party, and here we are. Now after the election, with his leadership copper fastened,
yes,
and the leadership of Fine Gael and Labour under scrutiny, and maybe to a lesser extent Sinn Féin. I don't know.
No.
You don't agree? No. Okay, sorry to interrupt. 10th count distribution of Perry's vote.
The following is the result of the 10th count, which consisted of the distribution of John Perry's votes of 4,935. Bree Declan plus 151, giving him a total of 5,512, 5512. Kenny Martin Sinn Féin plus 35, giving him a total of 7,305, 7305. McManus Chris Sinn Féin plus 90, giving him a total of 5,637, 5637. McSharry Mark Fianna Fáil plus 350, giving him a total of 10,672, 10672. McLaughlin Tony Fine Gael plus 1,837, giving him a total of 9,465, 9465. O'Rourke Paddy Fianna Fáil plus 52, giving him a total of 6,001, 6001. Reynolds George Fine Gael plus 1,183, giving him a total of 8,715, 8715. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 1,031, giving him a total of 7,553, 7553. The non-transferable papers non-effective 206. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, namely Declan Bree, and his votes are 5,512. The next count will consist of that distribution. Thank you.
Okay, that's the 10th count distribution of John Perry's votes. We'll recap those figures in a moment. We've debated and discussed this long and hard over the past 2 days. I'll go to John first on this.
Immediately what I'm looking at there is that Scanlon has come back into play on this here. There's only less than 1,200 votes now, with a substantial Fianna Fáil player left in the distribution system there. It's certainly going to be very, 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 very close. I would expect the Chris McManus even getting 2,500 from Declan Bree this time. He needs 2,700 to catch Martin Keaney, to go even with Martin Keaney. Now he possibly may get that. I don't see that happening. Mark McSharry will be a major beneficiary of Bree's vote here on that. But the interesting one here is that Reynolds and Scanlon, the gap is definitely closing. Maybe we have to reappraise.
Paschal, is reappraisal necessary or not?
Well, I'm not so sure. What I think might be helpful to Eamon Scanlon, based on what John is saying, that if Declan Bree transfers significantly to Mark McSharry, the less votes Mark McSharry needs with Paddy O'Rourke, the less votes he needs. the better it is for Eamon Scanlon. Now, it's beyond, I think, the bounds of possibility that Mark is going to get 2,000 votes of Declan Bree. But based on his transfer sequence to date, he is going to get a significant transfer from Declan Bree. I agree with John on that. So therefore, for Eamon Scanlon to be still in with a credible chance, the less votes that Mark McSherry needs from Paddy O'Rourke, the better it is for Eamon Scanlon.
Noel?
Well, first of all, Tony McLaughlin must be very pleased there with what he got, 1,837 votes.
Yeah.
So he's up on close to 9,500 now, which leaves him in a very, very comfortable position. And Declan Bree will enhance that position considerably when Declan's votes are distributed. I think from a Fine Gael perspective, and I've said this all yesterday evening, to ensure Fine Gael gets 2 seats, and I think it is very likely, but had Martin Keaney gone out instead of Chris McManus, that looks like is going to be going out now, it would definitely have put us in Fine Gael in a position to get 2 seats. But I don't think Chris McManus can bridge the gap that's there at the moment. I think he's a bit too far behind. He's on 5,600 votes on the 10th count. It's a bit much, I think, to expect that he could catch up with Martin Keaney at this stage.
Michael, would you agree with that analysis? Aspects of
Obviously we'll be looking very closely at Declan's transfer rate, to particularly to Chris. It'll be interesting too to have a look at Paddy O'Rourke, because Paddy may well be the next person to be eliminated. Yeah, not Chris.
John?
I think Paddy O'Rourke is going to be the next person eliminated.
Yeah.
But going back to what I said earlier, and Paschal is now concurring with me, is that the greater surplus that McSherry has is going to be a benefit to Eamon Scanlon, and it's also going to benefit Keaney, because they're votes that are coming from Leitrim. They're votes that now the party will come first on those Paddy O'Rourke votes, which will be transferring back from the surplus of McSherry that will have given their number 3 to Scanlon. So therefore, it has all to play for yet.
Just when I said there about Chris McManus, I do expect that Paddy O'Rourke will be next to be eliminated, but I think it's at that point that Martin Keaney will leap ahead of Chris McManus. And I don't think, I think Chris has to go after that.
It's looking, that is the way it's looking. But I'm not conceding that that's the way it's going to be, but that's the way it looks.
Yeah. But what will happen before Chris McManus is eliminated, then Mark McSherry's surplus will have to be distributed. That's where the key will come into it. And I think then what we may be happening then is that Chris McManus's exclusion then at that stage will come into play, and it's Chris McManus now rather than Eamon Scanlon who will be determining what 3 of the last 4 will take the seat. That's where the switch is coming from.
That's spot on, I think. And look at it, as we sort of established earlier, it's Mark McSherry's surplus is going to come from Paddy O'Rourke. So it's going to be largely Leitrim votes that's going to be distributed. And I think every situation is looking in Martin Keaney's favour.
I think it is,
as the counts go on. I don't see any situation that Martin Keaney can be outmanoeuvred at this stage.
It certainly looks like that. If we take the trends on the transfers up to now and the geographic spread of those, that's the way it looks.
Yes, but the other important thing to look at there then is that when Chris McManus is excluded, and Martin Keaney will be gone so close to the quota at that stage that we probably will have Martin Keaney taking the second seat with a substantial majority, and that majority will have come from Chris McManus, a Sligo-based candidate. Yes. So therefore, we have to consider that and bring that into the equation there.
Yes, that is accurate, yes.
All right, I can tell you that Michelle Mulcahy has lost her seat in Mayo. Lisa Chambers and Dara Killeary have been elected. I know that's of interest to a lot of people in our area. I don't know, it was always a big ask, wasn't it, for Fine Gael to get 3 seats in Mayo, Noel?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Fine Gael got 4 out of 5 the last time on an extremely good day. You know, it was a historical victory that time, and to get 3 out of 5 would be a huge ask, and particularly when Fine Gael is down, you know, from the heights they were in 2011, it was an almost impossible task. But it's not good there for Fine Gael, but there is good news in some constituencies. Noel Rock in Dublin Northwest has been elected, and it's the first time that Fine Gael has held a seat in that constituency for over 20 years. So that's one of the success stories of the day, along with many ones that didn't go Fine Gael's way.
Okay, I tell you what, we're going to take stock of that count, and as you can hear from the panel, there are still so many permutations as can happen, and who's going to be kingmaker and how these seats are going to pan out in the next few hours. We'll take a quick break. Back again in the Clarion Hotel in a couple of moments. Clarion, as you probably can hear from the background noise. And watch all this live, oceanfm.ie. Follow us on Twitter, Ocean FM Ireland. We're on Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland. You can also access the live stream there Everything you need to find is on our website, oceanfm.ie. So there should be some exciting visual footage in the next few hours as we approach the conclusion of the Sligo Leitrim count. And remember, nobody elected yet. The 10th count was a distribution of Perry's votes of 4,935 following his elimination. Bree plus 151, giving him a total of 5,512. 5512. Martin Keaney plus 35, he's now on 7,305. Chris McManus plus 90, plus 90, he's on a total of 5,637. Mark McSharry plus 350, giving him a total of 10,672. Tony McLaughlin plus 1,837. He's now on 9,465 votes, so substantial transfer there to Tony McLaughlin. Paddy O'Rourke plus 52, he's on a total of 6,001 votes. Jerry Reynolds plus 1,183, giving him a total of 8,715. And Eamon Scanlon plus 1,031, leaving him with a total vote of 7,553. Independent councillor Declan Bree has been eliminated on that count. He hung in there for a long time, and he was showing very, very well way back early yesterday morning. The first 2 hours of the day yesterday morning when the Sligo town boxes were open, Declan Bree was polling very strongly, but fell away, as he said earlier, when it went into the county of Sligo and beyond as well. So we're waiting the 11th count now, after Bree's elimination, and people are interested, and I was asking Noel, and I hope I'm not wrong, gentlemen, when I say this, and I'll bring Porrick in a moment, and again, people like to know the nuts and bolts of this. We would expect, everybody would agree, we would expect Mark McSharry to be elected following the 12th count.
That would be after the elimination of Paddy O'Rourke.
Yeah, is that yeah? Okay,
yes.
So we're agreed on that. So, and people just like to know this because they want to watch what's happening and listen to what's happening. So, 2 more counts, Mark McSharry will be elected.
By the way, completely non-political for any Leitrim people that are tuned in. I just looked at an update here, which is 4 minutes old now, that Antrim are leading Leitrim 1-8 to 6 points with 24 minutes gone in the second half, which seems to be a terrible performance by Leitrim in the second half. They haven't scored. That was their score at half-time, 6 points.
It's a bit like Fianna Fáil and Sligo Leitrim today, Paschal. The second half just not working out.
Don't remind me. It's just sickening. Okay. I have to say.
We will update listeners on the football as well as it happens.
I don't know what the Sligo is.
Porrick, I want to ask you, what
I think is very, very interesting now is the people who actually voted down the line, that filled their cards, they're now going to be the kingmakers in this election. You're going to see number 10s and number 11s and 12s having a major, and further on down the line, having a major influence. A 14 or 15 now could be very bit as valuable as a one was yesterday morning, and there's an awful lot to play for yet. And I can tell you one thing, it's going to be the surpluses now that put any candidate over are going to be distributed, and the way the surpluses is done, the candidate who's eliminated, his surplus, his contribution to the person who goes over the quota, it's his that's redistributed. So that's going to be very, very vital as well in terms of the way that the votes are distributed. So there's still a glimmer of hope for the remaining candidates.
Okay. I want to ask you, because I flagged this. Sorry, Noel, did you want to say something to Porrick first before I ask
Another
Porrick?
point that I think should be made there as well, Porrick, is, I mean, people wouldn't want to be confused that just because we're on the 11th count that it's number 11 that's been taken into account. I mean, Porrick says the
and that often is the
12,
case.
13 and 14. I mean, it's Declan Bree's number 2s is the most significant part of this count, and Paddy O'Rourke's number 2s will be the most significant part of the 12th count. But then, as Porrick says, if someone started with Sweeney and kept working up the line, well then certainly the number 10 and 11 is coming into play.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're any more valuable or any less valuable, but I'm saying a 10 or 11 is every bit as valuable as a number 2 for the candidate that's been currently eliminated. And that's what makes PR such a great system, because it allows people to vote for somebody that they may not feel will get elected, but they agree with some of the sentiments that person is standing for, and they can still continue on down the line and make sure that their voice is heard later in the day.
Okay, now I said you were coming on to talk to us about, you've been out and about, I don't know if you're talking exclusively to one party or the other, or a couple of them, in the lobby of the hotel and indeed in the Count Centre. What's the feeling? Is it Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael people you've been talking to?
I've been talking to
people in general?
Everybody, from people before profit.
The whole lot?
The whole lot.
What's the feeling on the formation of a government?
Well, it's very disjointed, and to quote what I heard earlier on, the people have spoken, but can someone tell me what they said? And there's a certain degree of that going on. There's a lot of sentiment by Fianna Fáil people that say no, nay, never. And some of the Fine Gael people are inclined to say Fianna Fáil will have to just accept that they're the minority party. And that's going to be a very, very contentious way to enter into negotiations as well. And there's a lot of people then saying maybe it's time for some sort of a national government in a situation like this as well. Some of the smaller parties, and allow them have a say as well. So it's all to play for. But I think there's an awful lot of negotiations. And this is important, Niall, now, right? The Fianna Fáil people are telling me that it's going to take a special Ordesh. The deputies no longer can decide. It's going to take a special Ordesh. So Micheál Martin will have to come to an Ordesh and say, this is the proposition I'm putting to you. This is the negotiations that has been done, and this is what's going to be agreed. And if the negotiations haven't been done to the acceptance of the vast majority of the ordinary Fianna Fáil member, they have every bit as much right to say yes or no to a coalition. So we could be back here very shortly again.
Okay, you'll be training up more tally people so in the next few months. Is that what you think, Paul?
Well, it was great today, and we had some, and yesterday, and we had some very young tally people. We had 13 and 14-year-olds taking an interest for the first time, and it's great to see democracy in action. So it could be, we could be at it again very shortly.
Okay, well, we know what way Paschal is voting at that special order.
There's one little point there, Pádraig. I was saying earlier in reference to this, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but this came up in discussion some time back before the election, and I'm not clear about this, but I have a feeling that Ordesh is non-binding. I think it was about consultation. That they will consult with the representatives
and then make up their own minds.
And well, obviously he can't go to a special Ordesh without having some sort of a platform, some sort of a proposal. I mean, he can't just go and say, by the way, what do you think, lads and lassies? What do you think we should do next? Well, I'm sure that there will be some specific.
Well, I think, Paschal, that to say it's non-binding, and if a massive majority of Fianna Fáil grassroots members went in and said no to coalition, we can't not take that into account.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
All right, there are two questions which arise, which is confusing the public according to our texts and tweets. Number one, who takes the lead in these negotiations? Is it Fine Gael as the ruling party in government and the largest party presumably after this election, or is it Fianna Fáil? And secondly, the point that Pádraig made about national government, who decides that and at what stage do they decide?
Well, it's very, very interesting because there's very conflicting messages coming out from every camp. Enda Kenny said last night that it was as Taoiseach and as the largest party and as the leader of the largest party, he would be attempting to put the movements together to form a government. But very shortly after he had spoken, Leo Varadkar came along, and maybe it was a fit of pique, but he said, let the rest of them decide and form a government. We've lost the election. So that was undecided within Fine Gael, and then Micheál Martin was talking about the people have spoken and listening to the people, and Eamon O'Queeve said that they should talk to the smaller parties and the people who are closer to Fianna Fáil.
Yeah, you see, I made that point. I raised that here, and I should put it another way. I raised that issue here a few hours ago. First of all, I believe that it is the responsibility of the existing government, which will remain in office until a new government is formed. I mean, it's rather interesting that I heard somebody on national radio a day or two ago yesterday referring to what he called or she called the former Minister for Health. I mean, they are ministers and will continue to be ministers and make decisions.
And may continue to be so after the 10th of March.
Yes, and will continue because the transition in the democratic process is a smooth transition of power.
So there's a difference of agreement as to who takes the lead. And
I'm suggesting that the government would take the lead.
The government takes
the outgoing government, and therefore it'll be up to them.
It's the government's responsibility
to try and form.
And the second question, the point you made, Porrick, about national government. At what stage is national government a possibility, and how exactly?
Well, wait a minute, Niall. The question is redundant. We were told during the election that it was a national government. We were told that the formation of the Labour Fine Gael alliance after 20 was a national government.
Yeah.
If you remember, that's what they talked about.
Noel, I'll have to bring you in here now too.
A national government, my understanding, Paschal, a national government is coming together of two or more parties which would have a massive majority, which the last government had a huge majority. But the numbers that's been presented to after this particular election is not giving any party, is not allowing any party into that position. So, I mean, I think if the Fianna Fáil grassroots goes to an Ardesh, and even if it's only a recommendation, and if they come back and recommend that they shouldn't go into coalition with Fine Gael, what does Micheál Martin as leader and his parliamentary party do? Do they ignore the will of their members, or do they agree with them and stay out of government? If they ignore them, I think perhaps, you know, they'll be losing their rank and file members. They'll be leaving their supporters and members behind them. And on the other hand, if they don't ignore them, and if they stay out of coalition, we're forced into another election. There is no other solution. There is no second or third way to this.
Thanks, Kevin. Here's the thing. I believe what could happen is that Micheál Martin would go initially to the Ardesh and say, can I have a mandate to enter into discussions for the formation of a Fianna Fáil-led government? That's one of the options. The other option is that I said earlier on, the first inter-party coalition government from 48 to 51 comprised 6 different groupings. It comprised of Fine Gael, Labour, National Labour, which was then, the Labour Party was then divided, Clanataloon, Clanapublicta, and a group of independents. 6 groupings that formed that government with one aim in mind, was to get Fianna Fáil out. Now, I would suggest that there is now a balance within Leinster House, within the Dáil, the new Dáil, that wants this government out. So therefore, if you start from that premise, that Fianna Fáil could start entering into discussions with like-minded groupings on the opposition side, and that may end up in trying to put a government together.
Fianna Fáil were untouchable to all these parties and groups and individuals.
Well, it goes back to why should Fianna Fáil be accused of not going into government, and all the other parties, that groupings you're talking about, being not accused of the same thing?
Okay, but I think that's an important point there, Paschal. If Micheál Martin went to an Ardesh, from the soundings that I'm getting out there today, from the grassroots people, the activists and the workers of Fianna Fáil, and if he went to the Ardesh and says, please vote to allow me to go into negotiations, he will get a resounding no. He's going to have to come with an absolute concrete proposal to the members, or there'll be a no vote.
Okay, there are more people we're going to talk to on the floor. I see Councillor Damien Brennan is here, and Terry Layden is here as well. I don't know which of them are we going to go first. Yeah, we're going to go to Claire Mulcahy on the. No, we're going to Harry Keaney, who's joined by Terry Layden. Harry.
Senator Terry Layden, tell me what you're making of the count so far here. I'm sure you're keeping a close eye in Sligo, because you have close connections to
Sligo. Of course, my grandparents came from Streamstown and Ballysadare, so I love Sligo, and I'm very much just arrived and seen here. I was very optimistic and hopeful that Eamon Scanlon win the seat. I hear it's going to be tough. I'm very impressed by the vote of Paddy O'Rourke in County Leitrim and Carrigallen, a fantastic councillor, a man that came in there and would have been crucial unusual. If he had been in the race a few weeks earlier, which he should have been, that's life. But he's a wonderful counsellor, and he's a man of the future, and I wish him well, and I hope that loyal as far as Paddy O'Rourke is concerned, and whatever decision he takes as far as the Shannon or whatever he does, that's up to himself. In Roscommon we delivered the one and only Eugene Murphy from Scramog in County Roscommon, a broadcaster with the rival station of Shannonside Northern Sound, and now he's elected a member of Dáil Éireann, and he's taking his seat there on the 10th of March. He's a man that's been 31 years a councillor. He's been knocking at the door. His day has come, and I'm very proud as somebody that was involved in his campaign. I launched his campaign, and I voted number 1 for him and 2 for Shane Curran. We've got won the seat back that we didn't have for the last 5 years.
Here in Sligo, it doesn't look like things are really going that well for your party colleague Eamon Scanlon. How do you think he'll do, or what do you think will happen?
Well, I never give up yet. There's a lot of votes to be counted. I see the votes coming in from Leitrim, situation regarding Sinn Féin. Will the votes transfer? What kind of surplus will Mark McSherry? I want to say to Mark McSherry, well done. What a wonderful senator. What a wonderful senator for the last number of years. I served with him in Shannon Éireann. A powerful voice for Sligo, for Leitrim, for South Cavan and for Donegal. What a wonderful public representative, and I hope that Eamon Scanlon will be with him. Eamon is an extremely hard-working, decent individual who was lost his seat the last time. I hope, when everything is done today, I predicted that Eugene Murphy would get elected in Roscommon. They all said, no way. I'm saying, keep the faith alive. A lot of votes will be transferred. Nobody knows where they're all going. I have faith in Eamon Scanlon. He's very transfer friendly. So I wish you well, Eamon. I look forward to seeing you back in the Oireachtas.
Senator, when the counts are all over and the dust settles, how would you feel about the suggestion that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael come together to form a coalition government?
Well, if we're Taoiseach and we run the government, then it would be a wonderful opportunity of forming a national unity government, but only on the basis of Fianna Fáil being in charge. We're not second. We don't play second fiddle to anyone. And I don't intend that we'd play second fiddle to Fine Gael.
But you would have no objection to the concept and principle?
I'm an open-minded individual, but at this point in time it's premature. All the seats have not been settled, including here in this constituency. I would prefer if we had more seats. I would prefer if we could form a government ourselves, but I'm a member of the parliamentary party, and I will listen interestingly and intently to the advice and discussions that will take place. I would, as a dyed-in-the-wool Fianna Fáiler from Sligo roots, back to the Ladens of Ballysadare, who were Sligo Fianna Fáil true and true and true. It will be a major shift, a major change, but we are 100 years from the rise in 1916, where 90 years since Fianna Fáil was established, and we're also a long time since the Civil War. We'll have to look in the national interest. Fianna Fáil always put Ireland first. Fianna Fáil put the peace process ahead of our own survival. We made Sinn Féin up. We made Jerry Adams up. When Bertie Ahern, when Albert Reynolds, when Charlie Haughey were led the peace process, Fianna Fáil put everything aside to ensure that we achieved our ultimate aim and objective is United Ireland. And it's a step in the right direction, but we didn't get probably the recognition, but we always put Ireland ever ahead.
Thank you very much, Senator Leitrim. Appreciate it.
Okay, now that's fighting talk for you, Senator Mooney, from your party colleague there.
There's a famous country music star called Alan Jackson that some listeners might know, and he had a massive hit years ago with a song called Here in the Real World. So let's get back to the real world now, and the real world is that Eamon Scanlon has a real difficulty when you look at the votes, and I wish that I could endorse everything that my friend and colleague Senator Leitrim has said. It's obvious that he has only just arrived into the count centre and probably hasn't had an opportunity to appraise himself. So he's as he always does, he speaks from the heart, and I can't blame him for that. But I mean,
he's going to shake your hand now in a moment.
In terms of what our listeners have been,
Senator Leitrim,
listeners have been listened to, Eamon Scanlon is in a bind, and I wish it were otherwise. And I will agree with one aspect of it, is that of course the Paddy O'Rourke transfers are going to be quite significant. And as was stated earlier, I think by John, that the surplus that Mac will have.
One of your colleagues, Damien Brennan, has been waiting a while. Claire is with Damien Brennan on the floor.
Thanks, Niall. I'm joined here now by former Fine Gael Director of Elections, in fact, for Jerry Reynolds, and you have great knowledge of you're steeped in Fine Gael. Can you just tell us, Damien, today it looks like both a good day for Leitrim and for Fine Gael on that front, which you, as a Leitrim Macloon man, should be fairly happy about, I'd say.
Yes, Claire, we're very happy about that. It does look like a really, really positive day, as you say, for Leitrim and for Fine Gael. For Leitrim, first of all, over the years we have had our county split between two constituencies. It's been very, very difficult to have a TD elected. We did have Michael Colreavy in Manor Hamilton in the last term. Previous to that, we didn't have a TD in Leitrim. Now we were reunited, and with West Cavan behind us, we now find we will have two TDs elected in County Leitrim in this election, and that's a tremendous achievement. From the Fine Gael point of view, of course, it is just a dream come true to think that we could achieve two seats with a much smaller percentage of the vote, but that's geography for you, and that's the way PR works, and that's how transfers fall. Oftentimes in the past they didn't fall kindly for us, so we'll be very happy to accept it this afternoon once it goes according to the way we see it going.
And I take it people, while there's been controversy about the changes in this new constituency, people in Leitrim are obviously welcoming it, and that's been seen in the ballot boxes.
There's no doubt. We fully understand how difficult it is for the Cavan end of the constituency. They've been cut off from their natural county, but we're very, very happy to welcome them into County Leitrim. And when we can achieve a result like this, then it really is the icing on the cake. We've been very lucky that the people of West Cavan share a lot in common with County Leitrim, so that it's just an imaginary border as far as we're concerned. We work very closely with them, always have down the years, and I think we've gelled very well together as a unit.
And I know Jerry Reynolds left the political scene obviously there in the last elections, the local elections, and he's back now, and on a bad election for the Fine Gael party in general. He's done very well here, in fact bucking probably the national trend in this constituency.
Absolutely. Jerry, as you know, has a great pedigree in Fine Gael politics, going right back to his grandfather and grandmother. And over the last number of years, Jerry was forced to leave politics because he had to focus more on his business interests, and people who are in business will well understand that. He's been very successful at doing that. He's built up a thriving business in County Leitrim, employs more than 300 people in Carrick-on-Shannon, and then finds that once he had that back on a solid footing, he wanted to dedicate his time again to politics, and we're delighted that he's come back, and even more delighted that it looks like he'll be successful.
And just what do you think that success is down to? Do you think it's obviously a mixture of stuff, or would you put it down to geography or that business background and of course his long legacy in the political circle?
I think, Claire, I think it's a combination of all of those things. His pedigree in politics meant that his name was easily recognised. As well as that, he had a great team working with him, and he instilled that kind of loyalty right throughout Leitrim and West Cavan. And as well as that, I think the people of Leitrim and West Cavan really wanted a public representative to represent them in Dáil Éireann, and they expressed that in the ballot box. Have to say, Paddy O'Rourke got a tremendous vote as well, and he is the third member of this triumvirate that represented South Leitrim, West Cavan. It's unfortunate for Paddy that he didn't get elected, but he performed extremely well, and no doubt that he has a long future in politics as well. From Jerry's point of view, he'll certainly be celebrating this success because it was a daunting task to come back after having been out of the field for a number of years. But he's a very talented young man. He's also very experienced, and I've absolutely no doubt he'll be hugely successful as a TD.
That's great. Damien Brennan, listen, thanks very much for talking to us today.
Paul Taylor, former county...
John Comiskey got blamed last night for someone missing match of the day for the first time ever in their lives. Is that true, John?
That's quite true. I was astounded. I couldn't believe it. And I said I always threw up a high ball for them. But I said, my goodness, I didn't think I was throwing in a high ball that height for them.
Well, imagine missing match of the day to listen to your dulcet tones on the election analysis.
It wasn't just mine. We also had Noel and Marian and Paschal. It's the panel and it's the contribution of others that make it so enlightening.
You've got a future career as a politician yourself, John, I can tell you. Right, we're going back to the floor. We're still awaiting the result of the 11th count, distribution of Declan Bree's votes. Harry Keaney's on the floor with Sligo councillor, Fianna Fáil councillor Paul Taylor. Harry.
I'm here with Paul Taylor, Fianna Fáil councillor. Paul, just tell me first your reflections on the impressive performance by Mark McSharry.
Look, it was certainly a great performance, and I mean a lot of credit has to go to Mark for the performance that they did put in and the vote that he got, and actually the way that he's transferring across the board from all the candidates who are being eliminated. You know, he would have. You could probably see a week out coming into the election. You know, they had a lot of people out canvassing. The McSharry camp had a lot of people out canvassing. They were doing a good canvass. A lot of people in the areas that they were going into out working hard for them. But credit is due to Mark, because I suppose this is 5 years in the making, and he has worked hard in the last 5 years, and we have all worked at some stage with Mark on different issues, and he has worked hard in the last 5 years, so he deserves great credit for the vote he got and for the performance he has put in. So congratulations to Mark.
Now, you're no stranger to competition and conflict on the playing field, as it were. Turning to our party colleague Eamon Scanlon, it would seem as if Eamon is down a few points and you need to score a goal.
Well, I think we're coming into the closing stages now, and as you say, Harry, you know, I think we need a goal. But look, there's a lot of scenarios there left yet. There's a few counts to go through, and Eamon, yes, still has a slim chance. And you know, Eamon still got a good vote. He done a great canvass as well. A lot of people in Eamon's camp out canvassing for him, and they done a very, very good canvass as well. Yes, there's a slim chance. It is slim, but it's there. But you know, as you say, maybe there needs to go one in the net rather than over the bar at this stage. But look, we're coming into closing stages, and there's still a chance there.
Eamon, as you say, may have a chance. It doesn't seem that way for Paddy O'Rourke.
No, but equally, it has to be said that probably the most impressive vote of the whole lot was Paddy O'Rourke's vote. Been 36 days canvassing, and to get over 5,000 votes, first preference votes, is a super vote in an area that was supposed to be predominantly strong with Martin Kenny and Jerry Reynolds. So Paddy has got a great vote, and Paddy can hold his head high. Yes, time I think has probably ran out for Paddy, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, because it's difficult for any candidate who puts themselves up here and they don't get elected. But time is probably has run out for Paddy, but he can hold his head high. He got a great vote.
Now you represent on the council a rural area in South Sligo. Do you think Fine Gael made a mistake saying let's continue the recovery?
I personally, yes, I do, because I think maybe Leinster, maybe Dublin-based, they were seeing a recovery. Maybe in Cork and other bigger urban areas, they were seeing a recovery. We certainly aren't seeing a recovery around here, and we can see no sign of recovery around here either. And I think that's the problem. So definitely, I would have thought they made a mistake. Let's keep the recovery going, because we would have been looking at posters and listening to this, and we would be saying, what recovery? You know, we still have a lot of our young people immigrating. I was out canvassing myself. It's difficult to go to doors when parents come out and, you know, they say, what are we doing about jobs? What can we do about jobs? You know, you
were from the Gurching area in South Sligo.
From the Gurching area in South Sligo. I have young kids growing up. I don't want to see them having to pack their bags and me dropping them to an airport maybe month after month, or months, or maybe once a year, and you don't see them for a year. I don't want to see that happening with them. So I really think that we need to stabilise the country as a whole.
Now, you're one of the younger Fianna Fáil councillors. After this election is over and the dust settles, the attention will inevitably turn to the formation of a new government. How do you feel about Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael going into coalition together?
Look, Harry, I suppose really that's a conversation maybe for another day. There's a lot of speculation out there about different scenarios in government now. I don't think it's for me to answer right now. Fianna Fáil have said all along that they will not go with Fine Gael. Fine Gael have said the same. I'm sure there will be talks. Not that I have heard anything, but as I say, that's probably something that we will learn more about in the weeks ahead.
And again, as I said, this is the performance of Mark McSharry, and it's reminiscent of days of old when you had a McSharry and a McLaughlin in the field. You'd have been a much younger person way back in those days. Do you remember when Ray McSharry was at his height?
Well, I probably do, because my father would have been involved in politics. He actually went for the council back in the 80s. He didn't make it, but he would have been involved. And I mean, we would have had Matty Brennan, and I suppose Ray McSharry would have been the names that would have. When I was a young person, I suppose that would have been household names in our areas and stuff like that. But I mean, look, it's great for the McSharry family to have a McSharry back there again. It looks like there will be a McLaughlin back there again. But again, there's a lot of scenarios to go through yet.
Okay, Councillor Paul Taylor, thanks very much for talking to me.
Thanks very much, Harry.
Okay, thanks to Harry, thanks to Paul Taylor. Susan O'Keefe has arrived in the Count Centre. We hope to get a word in a moment with Senator O'Keefe. A disappointing day for her. Her vote, of course, substantially down since 2011. She's just arrived, and as you can hear from the background noise, it's getting increasingly packed here now in the Clarion Centre in Sligo. And there were a lot of people. Yeah, I tell you what we'll do. It's coming up to 4 o'clock. Maybe we'll take a break. We want to talk to Susan O'Keefe. John, you wanted to make a point maybe before we take a break.
Just quickly on how this distribution of Breeze votes is going at the moment.
Oh, you have an insight into that.
But what I've observed onto it is there is a substantial number. It's the first time we've seen a substantial non-transferable vote. And that will have a big bearing on what we were saying earlier.
Okay.
It's the first time we've seen it now. But
substantial.
A substantial non-transferable vote.
Right. Yeah, I tell you what we will do. We'll take a break for 4 o'clock. We'll be back here again in a few minutes. I can promise you won't miss anything online, or if you're listening on the radio or listening online or whatever, you won't miss anything. We're still awaiting the 11th count. And just to remind people again, we expect Mark McSharry to be elected, not on this count, but the count after that, the 12th count. Join us again in a few moments.
have stopped at that. But it's the first time that we've noticed, certainly I've noticed, a substantial non-transferable vote. And we're still on project for maybe shortly after 5 o'clock to have the declaration of our first candidate to be elected,
which will be Mark McSharry. Okay, so around 5 o'clock, you reckon?
No, I'll be going for maybe closer to 5:30.
5:30, okay. And just to let people know, they like to know the sequence of events. It is the case that the final 3 candidates will be elected without reaching the quota later on this evening.
No, I still expect that Merrick Keaney will reach the quota as well. I think, and that'll mean that we'll have 2 surpluses to distribute.
2 surpluses. That's your prediction at this stage.
Yes.
Okay. Noel.
Yeah, no, I concur with that. I mean, it looks at this stage that, you know, Mark McSharry, the next count will be the elimination of Paddy O'Rourke, and Mark McSharry's surplus will be distributed, and then possibly the elimination of Chris McManus. And that, together with Paddy O'Rourke, will put Mark Keaney over quota. And the following count will most likely be the distribution of Mark Keaney's surplus. And there would be 3 candidates left in the field, I think, at that stage. So it'll be crystal clear at that stage what's going to happen.
Okay. Sorry, John. We missed that. What were you saying there? Sorry.
Reynolds, McSharry, Reynolds, McLaughlin and Scanlon will be the 3 candidates left at that stage for the distribution of Keaney's surplus.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to bring Susan O'Keefe in to join us in a moment. She's just arrived at the count centre. She's just trying to sort herself out, and we'll have an interview with Susan O'Keefe. Okay, so it's we're expecting McSharry to be elected after the 12th count. Noel and John now concur that Martin Keaney will exceed the quota at some stage as well. He'll be elected, and then on the last count it'll be between Reynolds, McLaughlin and Scanlon for 2 seats. Susan O'Keefe, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, Niall.
This afternoon. Commiserations, first of all. Your reaction, obviously it's not a day for going into political analysis or something like that, but from a personal point of view it's disappointing for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much, and it's great to see Ocean FM doing such a good job over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're fairly tired at this stage, but you keep going. Yes, it's been very disappointing. I suppose I worked hard over the last 5 years, but it was not the Labour Day yesterday, Friday, and you know, people, that's the great thing about living in a democracy, is that people get to decide what they want to do with their vote. And I want to say very clearly that I'm very proud of having served as a senator, as a public representative in the time that I've had, and I'm very grateful to those people who did give me their number 1. And I know from looking at the tallies, or my tally people, that there were lots of number 2s and number 3s, and while they don't count in our single transferable system, you know, they do matter to me, and they do matter the fact that people were happy to consider me in their top 3. But as we've seen this weekend, you know, it's not been a good weekend for Labour. There's no denying that.
I mean, I don't want to harp on about how well you did 5 years ago, and you were in with a real shout, as we know, 5 years ago. Your vote just didn't hold up on this occasion. Were you always battling that sort of anti-Labour sentiment, do you think? Was that what it came down to? I mean, obviously you campaigned very hard, as we know. You've worked diligently as a senator over 5 years. So you've done as much as you could do, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we did campaign very hard. I had a great canvass team and had a great director of elections. You know, we did work very hard. It was a very odd constituency just in its shape and its size. I suppose I was working right up to the end with the banking inquiry, which mattered enormously to me as a member of that we deliver that. So perhaps, you know, maybe being out on the ground would have been the thing to do. I don't know. I took the view that I was responsible.
We had that discussion earlier, and Paschal Mooney was making the point that, you know, people who served in the banking inquiry did so in the public interest.
Yes.
And you know how many members of that TDs lost their seats, and how many people who ran were members of didn't make it. So maybe it's a factor.
Maybe it is a factor, but I suppose what I'm saying is that in the mix of things that were at play in terms of the size of the constituency, West Cavan, South Donegal, Sligo and Leitrim, people here know that very well. It's very difficult as a public representative to get around that. And I suppose, ultimately when you're not, I came to live here, I chose to come and live in Sligo. I don't have a network of people, perhaps from school or from work, from a former life and all of that. I just don't have that kind of network, and the Labour Party hasn't that network as well established in this part of the country as it has in other parts of the country. And you see where people have lost seats, people and colleagues of mine that worked incredibly hard. I know some of them that literally were out, every day nearly for 5 years, and still they lost their seats. So I think there was a bigger piece at play here. And, of course I'm disappointed. Of course I know that my colleagues are disappointed. But I believe that in the 5 years, with all of the decisions that we made, some of them not as good as others, that I know that we did our best in the public interest. I didn't see anybody in there in the parliamentary party trying either to do something for their own benefit or something that they thought would just be a bit of fun or to have a laugh at anyone's expense. Everybody took their duties very seriously. Everybody tried their best in extraordinarily difficult circumstances to make proper grown-up decisions. We didn't get them all right, but we're human. And one of the things that the public forgets sometimes is that, we are human, and we have and do and will continue to make mistakes. But I think looking back, there were very many things that we did do that I'm proud of, that we as a country should be proud of, and that I hope we've built a foundation in the 5 years that will allow things to grow and improve in the next 5 years, however we have a government and whoever's part of it.
Okay. As you say, it hasn't been a good election for Labour. Where to now for Labour, do you think, in overall terms? Have you had time to think about that? Do you think Joan Burton should continue on as leader, or is that an option, or is it a question in...
I haven't had much time to think about that. Certainly for the moment, I think the Labour Party, needs to just take some time. Like anybody who stood in this particularly, quick and fast campaign needs a bit of time to just think about what they need to do next. The Labour Party is 101 years old. It has a great tradition and it has a lot to offer. It's a matter of how it shapes that offering in the 21st century in a changed political environment and a changed economic environment. How do we do that? How do we step forward into that space and acknowledge and accept what people have said, but still hold true to the things that we value? I look back at last year and I think of the last time we were in this, an account situation was for the equality referendum. What an extraordinary thing to have achieved. What an extraordinary thing to have been part of. And the Labour Party certainly can say it brought that and pushed that and persuaded that, and what a change that's made to our country. So if we can bring that kind of impact to bear in our society, then I believe we do have a role to play. We just have to reconfigure that role, and that's not beyond our capabilities or beyond our imagination, I don't believe.
Okay, it's always a brave thing to come to account when it's not in your favour. But have you contemplated your own political future? It's a difficult question. Maybe you haven't thought about it. You've been a senator for 5 years. I don't know if that's going to be an option or not. There are a lot of ex-Labour TDs now who will be looking for Senate nominations. Do you know what you're going to do yet?
Do you know? I don't, Niall. I've been lucky to have had such great support over the weekend. I've had all my family with me. I've had all my wonderful daughters home with me. I've enjoyed their company. Even though it's been difficult for all of us, they've been a huge support to me personally and emotionally. I hope I'm at a point in my life where I can, be sensible enough to see what this means, and then to try to work out what it will mean for the future. I think making any knee-jerk reactions or calls is folly at this kind of time when there's a lot of emotion in the air. I think I will take a little bit of time and space. I continue to be a senator until the Seanad elections, which are in April. So I will continue to conduct my senatorial duties, and if anybody has anything that they need to ask of me, then I will continue to serve with that hat on on until the Shannon elections are over, and then I'll see what I will be doing. But certainly, as I said, it genuinely has been a great honour to be part of trying to build and trying to change something in our society, and particularly in this community where I live.
Yeah, Michael wants to say a word in all. Michael?
Yeah, first of all, Susan, can I say, I know the work you do at local and at national level, and I do think that it's the brand, not Susan O'Keefe, that has you giving this message today. And I wish you all the very best in the future.
Thank you very much.
One thing, just a question on you. Conventional wisdom always has been that when smaller parties go into coalition with larger parties, that they like to get the big spending departments. I wondered, was it wise for the Labour Party to take on big spending departments at that particular time? Because I thought that the advisors of the Labour Party would have been saying, stay well clear, for example, of Department of Social Protection. Because in that environment, the hatchet was going to come down. So was it wise of a smaller party? Do you think it's wise for a smaller party to follow conventional wisdom and go for the big spending departments?
Yeah, I think that's quite a telling question, and I suppose perhaps it showed that the Labour Party at that point in 2011, when things were pretty grim, were not afraid of taking on responsibility. We're not going to shy away based on what might happen down the yard in 5 years' time, but thought, look, Joan Burton is and continues to be a very competent and capable woman, and had the capacity to understand and get to grips with a very difficult department at an extraordinarily difficult time. So while politically it might have been astute to have steered clear of it, in the national interest it was probably the very best thing. That while I know she made cuts that people talk about and have talked about and have said were particularly difficult, I know from talking to her, but most of all to her officials, how extraordinarily difficult it was to try to pay everybody that needed the money. And so she was always battling in the space of trying to balance the money that she had and try to please as many, well, please is the wrong word, to support as many people as she could in her ministry. So,
but could that not be done at the cabinet table without taking on the ministry, the big spending ministry? Could that argument not have been made at a cabinet table?
It might have been made
without shipping damage.
Yeah, perhaps, Michael, that was possible. But I guess at the time they thought that was a sensible thing to do, and that in fact, to have a proper coalition, you needed somebody to have a department with a large budget. So it's always a tricky one. But I mean, I do think that Joan Burton, when people will look back, will see that yes, there were some decisions that were not good. But she did her. I mean, at one point there were 2.3 million people in the country on with medical cards. In terms of the number of people who needed to be supported right through that very difficult time between 2010 and 2013 and 14. That the amount of people reliant on social protection was huge in proportion to the tax revenues we were taking. It was very difficult.
Yes. Okay. Noel, do you want to say a word to Susan?
I know. I'd just like to say, I think Susan. In 2011, I think you were very unlucky that didn't get elected, and it was probably due to such fragmentation of the Labour vote in the constituency. I think if the Labour had held together, I think it might be at Michael's demise, but I think you would certainly have been thereabouts for the last seat in Sligo Leitrim. And I think on this occasion you have suffered, and you have gone down with the Labour brand, and I think Labour has paid a very, very heavy price for doing the right thing in government for the last 5 years, but the thing that wasn't popular. And it'd be very easy for Labour to have stayed out of coalition the last time. And, they may well be the lead party today, and it'd be it'd be Labour's day today, possibly if they had stayed out of coalition, but I think they did the right thing for the country, and I'm sorry for all the Labour TDs and ministers that lost their seats, and I think it's a bit of a shame in a way, but I mean, I suppose that's politics, and you have to take the ups and the downs, but I think it's very unfortunate when people that really, takes on political sacrifices pay such a heavy price.
Yeah, I mean, I remember very clearly and very vividly the meeting that we had when the Labour Party went to University College Dublin to make a decision about what to do, whether to accept the programme for government or not. And I was one of the people that spoke, one of the many people that spoke. And we did genuinely believe that there was a national interest that had to be served. And we did hear people say on that day, we will be wiped out. This is the end of the Labour Party. This is going to be a big sacrifice. But I always believe in trying to do the right thing, and we believed that that's what the public wanted. They had voted more seats for the Labour Party than in the history of the state. They clearly wanted us to have a role. We would have shirked and been seen to be political only and solely if we had walked away from that, from what the people said. And I still believe that. And trying to show the public what you have sort of stopped to happening rather than what you have done is so much more complicated when it comes round to the next election. Oh, well, we managed to slow a little bit of what Fine Gael might have done. We managed to, maybe mitigate against some of the sorts of cuts that Fine Gael might have introduced. But that's very hard for people to grasp. I accept that completely. But we made that decision knowing full well what we were doing. And here it's come to pass. I don't think any of my honourable members and colleagues that have lost their seats would change that now. I don't think they regret it, even though it's been tough, bloody tough to use that term.
Okay, Paschal wanted to come in as well. Obviously, your fellow senator.
Yeah, I've already taken the opportunity once it became clear that Susan was not going to progress successfully in this election, as listeners will know and viewers and our group around the table. But I'm glad to have the opportunity to personally say it to Susan that it has been a great privilege and honour to have served with her in the Senate. I think that she brought a degree of integrity and commitment to the Senate which was very admirable. I would also suggest that her work on the banking inquiry will stand the test of time, but I would also suggest to her as a hardened politician that perhaps that the downside to it was that she was maybe out of the local eye.
Susan said that.
And not only I'm sorry if you're repeating what you said, but
particularly in an enlarged constituency.
Yes, and it didn't just apply to Susan, but to all of the other members of the committee as well. And I refer to Ciaran Lynch as an example, in a constituency that went from 5 to 4. So in a way, although the people are probably not going to acknowledge it, certainly Susan acted in the national interest in that regard. I have no doubt whatsoever, because of her myriad activities, particularly not only as chair of the AIDS commemoration, I think, which was a superb example of identifying something that was grounded in the community and which is of tremendous benefit and will have long-lasting benefit for Sligo, the North, and for Leitrim. That's going to stand to Susan as well. I appreciate that it's going to be difficult for her in a political sense because of the reduction in the Labour Party representation, where if she attends looking for a Senate nomination, is going to be competing with some of the heavyweights and all of that. And I don't want to go down that road. I think we've respected the space that Susan needs and John and others today in order for her to reflect on what's been happening and for her to find their own space in regards to that. But I don't want to labour the point too much, other than to say I think that the Oireachtas was considerably enhanced by her presence, and the loss in the national level is reflected at local level. But I have no doubt that Susan will continue to identify with the issues of concern to people in this region.
Your two daughters will kill you if you don't get going soon, Susan.
Yes, they have learned the one part of political life, if you're the family members, is there's a lot of standing and a lot of waiting and a lot of patience, and I thank them for that. But I would like to just thank Paschal for his warm words of support and encouragement. Anybody who's put themselves forward, as he himself has done, understands exactly the ups and the downs of this kind of life. I do think I'd like to say one last thing, if I may, and that is really that one of the things that has saddened me me in political life in the last 5 years have been those people who've chosen to denigrate the political system by being particularly extraordinarily risky. And I would like and hope that will change in the next 5 years. It's difficult. It's difficult for all of us. People have had death threats. People have had just extraordinary things said about them, which I don't think enhances the political reputation or the political system in any way, shape or form. Because each of us, whether Paschal and I, for example, would disagree on a certain amount of things, but I respect him and he respects me. And that's fine. And that's how it ought to be. And that's been the shame for me during the last 5 years, has been to witness that kind of taking apart of the political fabric. And I really, really hope that we can build our way out of that, because that helps nobody, and particularly doesn't help the nation or the country of which we're all so proud. And the reason we're all here is because we care.
Yeah. Susan O'Keefe, once again, thanks for taking the time to join us. We do appreciate it. It's always difficult for candidates to come in and talk about the campaign when they're not successful. Thanks again. That's Senator Susan O'Keefe. Right, we're still waiting on that 11th count. And there's a substantial crowd now, I can tell you, in the Clarion Hotel, and they're still pouring in for the last couple of counts. And I'll come back, 1 second, and just to Paschal wants to make a point, and John wants to make a point, but as we're now agreed, and my experts here tell me that McSharry will be elected the count after this, the 12th count, and that Keaney will also exceed the quota at some point. So we will have two candidates elected before the final count. John, Paschal and Noel. John, you're edging to get in, John. Have you a bit of breaking news first?
Because I believe to follow on from the substantial transfer, and I don't have that, but at the moment, and these are unofficial, it looks like of the Bree transfer that McSharry is getting 846. McLaughlin, I reckon, has 550. Martin Keaney has 550. And Chris McManus, I think, around the 1,300. Now, it could be a little bit more than that, but certainly from my estimation, it's around 1,300. And I'm estimating these as I see them in the bundles. Paddy O'Rourke has got a little sprinkling of them, I think something less than 50 from what I'm estimating on it there. But certainly going back, Merrick McSharry has maintained his trend of being transfer friendly with 8-4. He's 846, and that appears definite. The others are guesstimates. Jerry Rindles, I think, around 200. Around 200.
Okay, if they're correct, and they're just figures you're hearing, how does that gel with your overall prediction, John?
Well, it means that Merrick McSharry is running within. He'll only be about 900 short of the quota after this count, which means that his surplus for distribution will be much greater after he receives a substantial transfer from Paddy O'Rourke.
Okay, Noel, you wanted to make a point as well?
Yeah, well, it was a different point I was going to make, and really it was about, currently the 11 counts is the elimination of Declan Bree, and I suppose, when you think about it, we're in such a huge geographical area of constituency here, from Arva to Ballina, from Ballyshannon to Charlestown. It's impossible for an independent or even a small party candidate to have much of an impact across such a vast constituency. I mean, it's much easier for the bigger parties that has an organisation in every village in each county. And, I think it's the large constituencies in rural Ireland is just making it impossible for independents to make a breakthrough. And I think that's part of the reason probably why they didn't do so well here in Sligo, Leitrim, and the major parties has come through to take the final seats.
Okay, Mulcahy, do you have any views on that, or views on what John was saying?
I know that for the last 5 years in Leinster House, and it would be no different, I'm sure, to other TDs. You could work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and just manage Sligo North Leitrim. when you move to a scenario where you have Sligo, Leitrim, West Cavan, South Donegal, you're dealing with 4 local authorities, you're dealing with so many media outlets, so many different organisations. The amount of time that's going to be involved to adequately serve that constituency is going to be very, very big. It would and does require, and every TD would need, councillors and activists in every area of the constituency. Otherwise, it would be simply impossible to manage that sort of a workload. We can't increase the number of hours in the day. I don't believe that I could have increased the number of hours I was doing to carry out the work in the smaller constituency. So there's going to be a greater reliance on county councillors and activists, and parties like Sinn Féin, where we do have councillors and where we have activists, and other parties where they have councillors and activists. I think that's the only way to manage it. I can't hear.
That hasn't this network.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah,
I think that's the problem. Yeah.
Okay, we've a quick break to take. Join us again at the Clarion Hotel in a couple of moments' time, when we'll be getting details of the 11th count. back in the Clarion Hotel for the ongoing Sligo Leitrim count. What time is it? 4:30. We're on the 11th count distribution of Breeze votes. And just to give people a sort of sense of where we're going this evening, just a reminder again, you can watch us live if you're not doing already on www.oceanfm.ie. Maybe we'll bring in Francie at this stage. Any more questions coming in, Francie? Probably don't have time to go through tallies of boxes. And
just maybe what somebody was wondering, do we have any idea, and probably we don't, but if there's any word on the ground, is Eamon Scanlon getting anything back from Bree? Says somebody else.
Well, I can answer that because John Comiskey told us a moment ago that he was getting in the region of... What was it, John? What was he getting? No, okay, well, we'll come back to that.
And just something else in relation to, which is probably for another day, but Senate seats and like John Perry and Susan O'Keefe, can they still go for it, and what's the story there?
You see what you've done to John now? He's gone flying off like a hare because he hasn't got
there, but he'll come back. He will come back with an answer. And maybe for Paschal, I don't know if you can hear me, how does the non-transferable votes work?
I have, you gave me, I have the sheet here. The non-transferables are where, as I think John was explaining, or Porrick was explaining earlier, that we're now up to the 11th count, where those of you who voted decided to stop your preference at 4 or 5 or even at 2 or 1. So when it comes to the elimination of the candidate, they look at the next available preference. And if there isn't a next available preference, and that happens in all of the counts, right through from the 2nd to the 10th and the 11th. So you're looking at the 11th vote that you gave or the 10th vote that you gave. If you didn't give that, it doesn't come into play. There is nothing, it's a blank. And the returning officers then refer to that as a non-transferable vote because there's nothing to transfer, and they top those up when they are doing the eliminations. The same with the shortlist, of course, with the eliminations, and as a result they announce at the end of each count non-transferable, I think that he uses a different term, but it's basically non-transferable votes are whatever the votes are. So I hope that explains it. It's where you have not given a further preference, basically, putting it bluntly, and it's blank when it comes to counting at whatever the elimination.
Okay.
Also,
and as John was saying earlier, they're quite significantly higher in Declan Bree's case.
Yes, because what's happened here is that obviously those that were supporting Declan's particular policy platform didn't feel that they would want to pass on their preference to anybody else or to what they felt were not like-minded candidates, and that's what traditionally happens. Now there was an old tradition in both Sinn Féin and in Fianna Fáil in what they call plumpers, which is a term that I remember from my childhood, where Sinn Féin only voted for their candidate and nobody else. Fianna Fáil only voted for their candidates and for nobody else. But I think that maybe that's changed to a degree, and I remember us having a discussion about this in the immediate aftermath of or when we started this count debate yesterday, and there was a general acceptance that in fact a lot of voters had voted down the paper. That's why we're finding this sort of fascinating distribution. And my final point is about John Perry and the Senate elections. John will have two ways of seeking a nomination if he wanted. One is through the Fine Gael Parliamentary Party, and the other is from an outside nominating body, depending on what panel he decided that he wanted to go on. In the case of the party nominations, no more than with Susan, because of the high rate of casualties among Fine Gael and Fine Gael and Labour, party priorities I think will be for high profile.
It's interesting. We haven't time to discuss it now, but John Perry was offered a Shannon seat before that High Court challenge by An Taoiseach.
Well, I think the Taoiseach was being a little bit premature.
Thanks for that, Tommy. 10 minutes, by the way. 10 minutes.
Maybe he mightn't have it in his gift to actually give a Senate vote.
10 minutes for the next count.
Okay, so there are the two questions.
Noel, a quick query from you, Noel. I think John wants to make a point, and then we'll go to our next guest. Noel, did you want to say something here?
No, not really. I mean, on the Senate seats, I mean, it's... Look, at no more than Labour, there'll be lots of Fine Gael ex-TDs looking for Senate seats, but sure, who knows if we aren't in coalition, if it's a Fine Gael minority government, if Fianna Fáil won't come into coalition with us, the Taoiseach would have 10 nominees to put to the Senate, and perhaps John Perry will be, 11 nominees.
Yeah, you might be interested yourself, Noel, you never know.
Myself to the Senate?
Yeah, you never know.
Well,
never say never.
I'd be very interested, Niall, but there's a long queue. It's a road with a long queue, and I can't see to the end of the queue.
All right, I'll come back to John in a moment. I'm going to go to
very brief before you go to it. The consensus before the election, and I now think it's hardened, is that in fact that the government may not have a majority in the next Senate because of the reduction in the number of Fine Gael and obviously Labour senators. And like Sinn Féin, for example, will have at least 8 senators up from 3.
All right.
So I'm just saying that, that's another issue.
Let's go back to the floor. Harry Keaney is joined by Leitrim Fine Gael councillor Sean McDermott.
Fine Gael councillor in Leitrim, Sean McDermott. It looks as if there will eventually be 2 representatives, 2 each from Leitrim and Sligo. How do you read it? Is that your assessment of it at this stage?
I suppose at this stage it's too close to call. I think we have a great chance of getting 2 seats, but I wouldn't just call it yet.
The Leitrim Observer had a front page story which basically called for Leitrim people to vote Leitrim. Do you think this had an impact?
I'd say it had. I suppose we're very clannish in Leitrim, and I think that it probably paid off. And the Observer, that quote in the Observer may well have made a difference.
Your party colleague Jerry Reynolds, I know you said it's too close to call, but he's looking good.
He is looking good, and I suppose he's one of the biggest surprises in this election, because going into the election, I suppose I personally would have to put my hand on my heart and say Jerry was starting a campaign that was going to be very hard to come out the winner on the end, but he certainly got into the campaign. He had a great team behind him, but I also think, as has been seen today, he had been transfer friendly all day and yesterday as well. And I think the fact that he was a TD in the area and he'd have been very well known in Sligo as well. So I think that played a part in Jerry being transfer friendly, you know.
And of course he comes from a rich Fine Gael heritage in Ballinamore. He's living in Carrick and Shannon, and he also has that connection to West Cavan. So I presume you would say all that would feed into his vote as well.
It would, and I suppose Ballinamore isn't that very far away from West Cavan, so that was a help to Jerry as well. And I suppose I also have to say that Tony McLaughlin done very well, and I would have campaigned for both of them, and it's great to see. I suppose nationally we're definitely bucking the trend here in Sligo, Leitrim, because nationally we hadn't had a good election, and it's great to have hopefully 2 candidates elected in Leitrim.
Previously we had
one for Sinn Féin and one for Fine Gael.
Previously we had much discontent expressed about the division of Leitrim, as it were.
Yeah.
Now you have a situation where Leitrim will have 2 representatives in All Ireland, more than likely.
Yeah, and we're punching above our weight in population. But it's great to see it for the county, and hopefully whoever is represented for Sligo Leitrim, I think they'll work hard for our area, and we have a lot of catching up with done. We know what the jobs have been supplied in Dublin. The west and northwest hasn't taken off. There's a lot of work to be done, and hopefully when the government is formed, they will focus more on the northwest.
Now you were saying there's much work to be done, and it will be up to the 2 representatives who are elected for Leitrim to fight for the county. Do you think that perception that things weren't as good as was being projected by Fine Gael, that fed into their performance at national level, that the recovery that was much talked about perhaps wasn't there at local level or in the west of Ireland?
Yeah, people were still hurting on the ground. We turned the economy around, but a lot of people suffered, and they were only just starting to come out of that period, and certainly Fine Gael lost votes on that account.
Okay, that's grand, and thanks very much for talking to me, Sean. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And just before you go there, Councillor, I suppose a lot of people were saying before this election that Jerry Reynolds wouldn't have a great time in Leitrim, and particularly around your area, in relation to his stance on fracking and the EPA and whatnot, but that doesn't seem to have come to fruition.
It certainly didn't. It doesn't seem to have any effect on Jerry at this time, and I know it is a big issue in my part of the country. But I can campaign for Jerry Reynolds in my area, and that issue wasn't raised.
The following is the result of the 11th count, which 512. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 666, giving him a total of 7,971, 7971. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 1,408, giving him a total of 7,045, 7045. McSharry Mark, Fianna Fáil, plus 848, giving him a total of 11,520, 11520. McLaughlin Tony, Fine Gael, plus 590, giving him a total of 10,055, 10055. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 82, giving him a total of 6,083, 6083. Reynolds George, Fine Gael, plus 206, giving him a total of 8,921, 8921. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 269, giving him a total of 7,822, 7822. Non-transferable papers not effective, 1,443, 1443. No candidate has reached the quota on this count, as there is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, namely Paddy O'Rourke, and his votes are 6,083. The next count will consist of that distribution. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the 11th count. That's the distribution of Declan Bree's votes, and it's more or less along the lines, John Comiskey, of what you were saying there a few moments ago.
Yes, very, very much so, and I don't think there's anything spectacular in it, except that now at the end of this count, we're going to see Merrick McSharry elected with a substantial surplus, and then after that surplus will have to be distributed. It's tightening a little bit there at the top, but nothing substantial. There's nothing there that makes me think that anything is going to change dramatically. Certainly not on this count. And
yeah, Noel, would you agree with that? Yeah. Anything significant you could read into that?
No, I don't think so. I think, I think there's nothing really. Eamon Scanlon is still, 1,100 votes behind Jerry Reynolds. And I suppose the key question really with the next count is Paddy O'Rourke, how much will Martin Keaney get? How much will Jerry Reynolds get? And how much will Eamon Scanlon get? But it's really, I think Martin Keaney is untouchable now, irrespective of what he gets. So I think it's down to a situation now. What has to be watched is what share, how many votes Paddy O'Rourke will pass on to Eamon Scanlon, and how much he will pass on to Jerry Reynolds. I think it'll definitely put Mark McSharry over quota, but I think his surplus will be quite small, and yeah. I don't think the following count McSharry's surplus will have
make any difference.
A huge effect on. So I think the key thing here is what will O'Rourke give Scanlon and Reynolds.
Okay, Party against geography again. But Paschal, how did you see?
Well, I've been indicating from early on that from the very beginning this morning that Eamon was not as transfer friendly as I think he needed to be. I think it's a big mountain to climb. He's now 1,100 votes behind Jerry Reynolds. Paddy has 6,000 to transfer. Last time out, Mark McSharry transferred some 49% of his vote to Eamon Scanlon. So that was literally a 50% transfer. The question now arises, which we've had, I think, floating around, is that Eamon Scanlon represented the north of the county as a TD, and he represented them. So he went into the county looking for number twos. In the last week of the campaign, Eamon Scanlon focused on Leitrim, but he looked for number twos. So on the basis of that, I'm taking a flyer here that I think Eamon Scanlon will get more preferences from Paddy O'Rourke than Mark.
Okay.
Because I think Mark, he got 1,000 number ones in Leitrim, and it's possible that exhausted his potential to some degree, but of course there'll be a party transfer, and of course Mark will gain from it. But I'm trying to posit a scenario here where Eamon looked for number twos, where he had been the TD, particularly in the north of the county, and those votes, and John will sure have an opinion on this, that those votes that Paddy got in the northern part of the county may be more inclined to go to Eamon than to Mark, but then again they could split every which way. But ultimately, both Martin Kenny, Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke are fishing out of the same geographical pool in South Leitrim, and it's inevitable for historical reasons, if nothing else, that both Martin Kenny and Jerry Reynolds are going to benefit substantially from Paddy's transfers.
Okay, and you haven't changed your mind on that, and you haven't. I'll bring in Michael, and I'll go back to you again, John, and then I wanted to talk to Councillor Joe Queenan. Michael, would you agree with the lads? It's looking now increasingly like Martin Kenny is going to.
It does. It does. It's not mathematical certainty yet, but it does. I would find it difficult to come up with any different proposition there. Now, having said that, there's no question, but Chris has run an exceptional campaign, and the people who work with him have run a tremendous campaign. And it shows the wisdom of running the two candidates. Although, as I said earlier, I wasn't exactly happy about that strategy at the time. I was wrong, and the party were right, you know. Okay. But that's the way it's looking, barring a big surprise now. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll bring in Councillor Joe Queenie, then we can analyse those figures more. Joe, good afternoon, welcome, or good evening at this stage, 10 to 5. Thanks for joining us. You're happy enough, I suppose, are you? Even though, first of all,
I must inform you, Niall, I'm an independent.
Oh God, how could I make that mistake?
Anyway, could I first of all pay tribute to you, Niall, and your team? I've been in the car for over the last 24 hours, and I say all the people of Ocean would pay tribute to you for the fantastic coverage. It's fantastic.
Yeah, well, I only play a small role in that. It's these gentlemen.
I know that. I appreciate everyone here.
Marian yesterday sit beside you. They're the ones that
it's a wonderful service, I want to say now.
Okay.
Now, get back to blood sport.
Yeah, I was going to say you're in. Well, I better be careful. You have a McSherry badge on you. I don't know if you're allowed to be in the McSherry camp or not.
Don't tell Sean Dorgan.
Well, unfortunately, you're on camera.
Raises another question, which I'm not going to go into right now.
You didn't see the badge, though.
I hope he's not watching online.
He's not on Eugene Murphy's Christmas card list anyway, I can tell you.
Okay. All right. Anyway, Joe, you're independent, as we know. But leaving that aside,
leaving that aside for the moment.
Are you happy enough, or what's your?
Well, we're happy, but I think our vote management wasn't great. I think we were going to. Eamon Scanlon, I don't think he's going to make it. Yeah. I was listening to Michael a few minutes ago. It'll be even a greater bigger than I got the last time. If Eamon can get over the line, and we have the votes really, but I think the three candidate strategy hasn't worked on this occasion.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. I'd like to compliment Mark McSherry on our side, if I'm independent, whatever I am.
I know,
for the fantastic vote. He got votes in every booth in the whole constituency. And it's a fantastic achievement by Mark McSherry. And he's going to make an excellent TD. I think when people were, when you listen to people on the ground, they were looking for someone young and someone that with ministerial material. And they were the issues, I think. And what McSherry, the vote he got today.
Yeah, okay.
Next hour would be fantastic for him.
Okay, so you're of the opinion that if you'd run two candidates, you would have got two seats.
I think
it's not as simplistic as that.
I know it's not simplistic, but it would have better. I think with better vote management. But look, that's hearsay now. Yeah. Mr. Dorgan made a decision what he done at the time, and my friend, and we are who we are. The party is where they are, and overall we have to be happy. Where we were 5 years ago and where we are today.
Okay, because talking to you with your ex-Fianna Fáil hat on, the ball bounced for you in the local elections 2 years ago, but didn't. It's not going to bounce for you. It looks like in this occasion, the general.
Yeah, it was a great feat to get 5 out of the 8 the last time. But that's the way it goes. That's politics. It's a thin line between success and failure at times. Look at today. All the 5 years ago, the ministers and tap on the pole and say they're gone. And it's really a blood sport, Niall, as I said several times before.
Absolutely. Would anybody like to send anything to the ex-Fianna Fáil member?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joe Queenan is no less Fianna Fáil than he was at any time. So and he knows that as well. So I think this is a kind of a
there's a
bit of a flag of convenience.
Is Senator Mooney looking for a vote for the Senator?
Of course he is. And I want to appreciate not only Joe but indeed the good Fianna Fáil independent councillors of Sligo who have always.
And I see Michael over here on the left hand side, and I want to pay Michael. You're retiring today, or whatever. I want to pay tribute to the work you've done, Michael. I've seen him on numerous occasions up in my area in West Sligo. Well done, Michael.
Thanks very much, Joe. I retired from the day, if I understand it correctly, I retired from the day that the Taoiseach went up to the President and the President signed the order. Ministers are kept on, but there are no TDs at this point in time, or at least they're not paying me.
That was going. What constitutes you ending your reign? Is it when the paycheck stops?
No, it's when the Taoiseach goes.
Yeah, but your paycheck stopped then after that, did it?
Oh, it did, yeah. I think we get 75% for something like 6 weeks
for the transition period.
Yeah, for a transition period.
By the way, could I just I go to let out a little secret now about Michael on the day of the dissolution.
As long as it's not X-rated.
This is a little bit of a human interest story. Very brief. You know that famous saying of Martin Luther King? Well, Michael did his own version of Martin Luther King on the day I met him, within an hour of the dissolution. He put his hands up in the air outside and he says, "Free at last! Free at last!" Is that right, Michael?
That is right, yeah. But in fairness, I had forecast before I went into Leinster House that I would do one term only, and hopefully open the door for somebody else.
Yeah, I think you said before you're a homebird, Michael, first and foremost, isn't that it? Okay.
I wanted to ask Joe about South Sligo.
That's what we're here for.
I had been touting the notion all along that historically South Sligo always elected a TD and that they wouldn't let the area go without electing a TD, and depending on who was ahead of whom. That hasn't happened. Yeah. The two TDs that will be elected for Sligo are both going to be based in Sligo
town. This is
the
first time that has ever happened, isn't it?
Is it? So I'm wondering, has Joe an opinion about that as to what may happen, what has happened in that regard? And I'm not blaming the voters of South Sligo, but am I right, Joe, that there's around 30,000 potential votes in South Sligo? Surely there was enough there to elect a TD.
Well, remember, not so long ago we had two South Sligo TDs.
Yeah. So, do you have an opinion on that, Joe?
Well, the only opinion I have is that, as you said, that like we go back to James Gallagher, Matthew Brennan, Ted Nealon, John Perry, Eamon Scanlon, all great Dáil deputies in the past, and it was always South Sligo TD, and South Sligo were proud to have a TD, and for that's the way PR works. It didn't work for Eamon Scanlon today, and it's another 500 first servant votes that made the difference. That said, that's democracy. We have 4 people now represented in Dáil Éireann, and I know they'll have to represent South Sligo and of course West Sligo, where I come from myself, Paschal, and I wish them all well. It's a tough game. I don't know how it's going to finish up, or what kind of a government we're going to have. It'll be interesting weeks ahead. I personally, if I put on my Fianna Fáil hat, Niall, if I have a Fianna Fáil hat.
If you had a vote, or if you were asked, if you were at that special election, which you can't be, of course, as we know, but if you were, what way would you vote? If there was a voter,
I presume there will be a vote. I was there when we made that decision that the Ardèche now will decide in these kind of situations. Is that right, Paschal? I think the majority delegates will say no. If the option is to go in to government with Fine Gael as a partners, I don't see that getting through the Ardèche. I don't know what the alternative is.
Well, I have to say, I have yet to meet, and I know this isn't representative, but I haven't met one Fianna Fáil supporter in this count over the past 2 days who is in favour of going into coalition. Not one.
That's it. Yeah, because if you want to be honest about it, we're still the smaller party, and we'll see what happens to smaller parties.
Yeah.
To tell you that the people in Fianna Fáil are absolutely petrified at the notion that having built on the good work, that go in as a junior partner, you've got to look at the history of junior partners. I mean, parties that came, were involved in government, and they're not even in existence anymore. It's not as if they lost power.
Yeah, but
they're not there anymore. They're gone.
But the argument was because you would have substantially more seats than other parties which are junior partners in government, then you might have more of an influence. If there was a rotating Taoiseach situation, it might be a different dynamic.
Funnily enough, and I'm not opening opening a door here, but just in a historical note, I was reading during the week that there was a time in Israeli politics about 20 odd years ago, or 25, where Likud, which is one of the main parties in the Israeli Knesset parliament, and Labour, who would not have been ideologically compatible, actually did that. And Shimon Peres, and I can't remember who the other was, they spent 2 years as foreign minister, then he became prime minister. But that was a totally different scenario to here. And I'm still sticking, and as Joe, I think, is testifying, because he's on the ground. I mean, no better man than Joe Queenan as a local councillor knows the feelings of people in Fianna Fáil, and it would be the end of the party.
End of the party. And Michael, it suit Sinn Féin, of course.
Well, Michael has been trying to get me converted to that notion all day. He says there's no difference between us, my Joe. You know there's a difference, and I know there's a difference.
I hope that the smaller parties who might be considering going into coalition with Fianna Fáil have listened carefully to what Paschal has just been saying.
Well,
I do believe that there's a responsibility on Sinn Féin, and will be a responsibility on Sinn Féin, to talk with people. I would say to talk particularly with independents, and most particularly with those parties who have signed up for the right to change, because there's a responsibility on us too to try and provide government.
Okay.
I mean, Sinn Féin are in government in Northern Ireland with people who were regarded as implacable foes of Sinn Féin. And yet we can do business, imperfect and all, as that business may be at times. So nobody can say that Sinn Féin are inflexible when it comes to sharing power.
In fairness, just for listeners' benefit, I just want to remind them, you cannot compare the Northern Ireland Assembly with Dáil Éireann because of the Jihad system.
Your leader does it all the time.
Wait now. It ensures that based on the election results, that the Jihad system then shares out the cabinet positions to the largest parties that have gained the votes. That's why you're in government with them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any assembly in Northern Ireland. But I don't want to necessarily. I'm not trying
that great Republican Micheál Martin frequently talks about.
But I'm saying that's the reason that you're in an assembly with the DUP. And let's be blunt about it. It's because of the Jihad system, where you got the share of the vote, and the other parties the same. Otherwise, the system would have broken down, and the unionists wouldn't have agreed to it otherwise. But having said that, I wanted to ask Michael this question, because he's been asking me questions all day. Supposing that Micheál Martin reaches out to all of the other groups within Dáil Éireann, who now constitute 50% of the electorate's representatives following this election, percentage-wise, and that he manages to succeed in forming a common policy platform, because all of the parties and groupings, I'm talking about the Social Democrats, I'm talking about the AAA, anti-austerity, the Independent Alliance, and Sinn Féin themselves have all been prioritising what they say policy issues, a policy platform, not personalities. So here's the question: supposing that Micheál Martin reaches out to those groupings and that he manages to get agreement on a policy platform, what would Sinn Féin's position be in relation to that? Would they abstain or would they support that platform in order to ensure that
1 minute we were in the Israeli Parliament, now we're in the Northern Assembly. We better take our
the World Wide Web. Can we go back quickly just to our own Parliament here?
Yeah, I want to get our 5 o'clock news break out of the way, because we've got a big count coming up.
It's not the first time in the history of Dáil Éireann that South Sligo has been without a TD. I'll elaborate on it after the news.
It was me. That's my fault for misleading. I thought we said yesterday there had always been a TD in South Sligo, but you're telling me historically there was a case where there wasn't. Okay. I'm going to repeat the 11th count, but I'm in a bit of a disadvantage because I missed talking to somebody. So I just need Mark and Kenny's figure, if you have it on the 11th count. I'm right. Plus, okay, I got it now. Yeah, we have it here. Okay, we'll just repeat this because people are interested before we take a break and move on to the 12th count. Okay, so the 11th count was the distribution of Declan Bree's votes, and the distribution was as follows: Martin Kenny plus 666, giving him a total of 7,971. Chris McManus plus 1,408, giving him a total of 7,045. Mark McSharry plus 848, giving him a total of 11,520. Tony McLaughlin plus 590, leaving him with a total of 10,055. Paddy O'Rourke plus 82, giving him a total of 6,083. Jerry Reynolds plus 206, he's now on 8,921. Eamon Scanlon plus 269, giving him a total now of 7,822, and there were non-transferable 1,443 non-transferable votes. Paddy O'Rourke has been eliminated, and the 12th count is underway. The distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's votes, which will elect our first TD. And what is it now? It's 9 o'clock, and how many hours are we going? How many hours are we going now? Well, anyway, in the next 45 minutes, I would estimate. Certainly in the next 45 minutes, we will elect our first new TD to Sligo Leitrim. It will be Mark McSharry. You won't miss any of that. We have it online. We have it listening online. You can follow us on Twitter. You can follow us on Facebook. We'll take a quick break for our 5 o'clock news. We'll be back in the Clarion Hotel for the 12th count very, very shortly. welcome back to the Clarion Hotel, and we have our ad breaks out of the way because we've got a very, very dramatic hour or so coming up. To put it very mildly, we're awaiting the 12th count, which is the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's votes following his elimination on the 11th count, and this 12th count will elect Mark McSharry for the first time as a TD in Sligo Leitrim. He's been a senator for a number of years now, so he's set to be elected, and already the crowds are gathering here in the Clarion Hotel for that prospect. It's something I think that visually, Francie, people don't want to miss, and you can watch this online.
You can, maybe there might be only people joining us now over the last half hour or whatever it was, and if you don't know already, we've been streaming live since 9 a.m. yesterday morning, as well as on radio and audio. We're also streaming live in full Technicolor here from the Clarion Hotel in Sligo. So basically all you got to do is you can go to oceanfm.ie. There's a big button there where it says watch live Sligo Leitrim, and you can see what's going on. And as Niall said, the 12th count, we're expecting Mark McSharry to be elected, first TD to be elected here in the Clarion Hotel. So we will cover that live here if you want to watch that. Of course, it will be on Ocean FM as well, but it'll be live here. So all you got to do is go to oceanfm.ie and click on the watch live button, and we'll be there. Or there's links on our Facebook page, Ocean FM Ireland, or indeed on our Twitter page at Ocean FM Ireland. And if you do have any comments or questions or anything like that, you can send them. Use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim. And Marian Harkin, who was a panelist with us yesterday, obviously Niall, she tweeted saying the plane is taken off. It'll be decided when I reach Brussels. Public service broadcasting at its best from Ocean. And fair play to Marian, yesterday she put in Trojan work here with various other people. So if you want to watch it live, just go to oceanfm.ie and it's there. So. Okay, and it will make some very exciting viewing in the next hour, I can tell you. Okay, and when Mark McSharry is elected, we'll be right in with the plan. Here in Carty, in fairness to him, we've about 4 different cameras set up here, and not to bore you with technicalities, but we've a big wide shot, and then we've other cameras set right that we can move around with them, and we'll be right beside Mark McSharry. We'll have an interview with Mark, all going well, as long as we're not trounced, and that will all be available to watch.
Right, okay, I wanted to ask you one other thing, and it's just escaped my mind now completely. What was it, Francie? I can't remember what it was. Was it about tweets? No, I can't remember what. It was something. Somebody asked me. Okay, anyway, oceanfm.ie.
Yeah, oceanfm.ie, and if you want to use the hashtag, you can. Sligo Leitrim, any questions or comments, you can put them there. But, there is one, does anybody know, maybe Noel, Merrick, who's here, or indeed John Comiskey, would you have a rough time, like the timeline now, between now and the end of the evening? I don't know, that's maybe a lot to ask, but just roughly.
It's very difficult to put a time on it at this now, because we're coming into the distribution of 2 surpluses, or should it be surply, to go back to our Latin. But anyway, that's what it is, and they're going to take a lot of time. I'm estimating that we'll be doing well if we have it done and dusted by 9 o'clock, and that's a complete estimate at the moment. Okay. I see you're getting ready here with some sisters of Jerry Reynolds, and
no sign of Jerry yet, but we have the next best thing, or even better maybe, Isha, his sister, who's a director of elections, I suppose.
I suppose.
Campaign manager.
Yeah, campaign manager.
So you kept him in check anyway. That's the main thing.
Well, we had a difficulty with him keeping him in check, but it worked. It worked anyway.
Well, it seems like. Well, I know it's probably premature to say. You're obviously, I suppose, you're anxious at this stage and a bit nervous about what might happen.
Yeah, but at the same time, we'd like to thank all the people that supported us, and we had a fantastic campaign with many people on the ground, and like Jared was very vote transferable, and he's taken votes out of every box. So
and that was one aspect that our panel have been talking about.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Is it his experience?
I think it's his name, his experience, because he's a businessman. He was there before, and as you know, my grandmother was in the Dáil, my grandfather, so the history and all that is there, and I think we have a good name. Honest, hard-working people, down to earth.
Yeah, got a good vote in Leitrim, as you would expect, but did well in Cavan as well.
Oh yes, very well. We'd be very friendly with Cavan and the next door neighbours from Ballinamore. Of course, we're on the borders there, so Cavan would be a strong area for us always. And I'd like to thank the Cavan people because, well, they have a wonderful work ethic in Cavan, and I have to commend them. Okay. Especially Peter McVitie and Winston Bennett and Maura Maguire.
Okay, I mean, you're not done and dusted yet, as you know, Isha.
I know, but I'd like to thank them because we're happy with the campaign.
No, I mean, from your own point of view, how are you feeling now? Confident,
I'm
nervous?
feeling confident, yeah.
You are, okay.
No, I don't really get nervous because we've been here before, and you win some, you lose some, but this one we're going to
Jerry
win.
has experienced all those emotions down the years, as we know.
Yeah.
So you're confident at this
very
stage?
confident, yes.
Okay, and 2 seats for Leitrim as well?
2 seats for Leitrim, which is a great thing, and they'll work together, we hope, and get a lot of things. We might even get a Lewis or something like that in Leitrim now when we have 2 TDs.
Well, maybe, and there's a lot of maybe if Jerry's a minister, we might. If he's
we'll not get that far.
That's the Fine Gael in government, you never know.
Well, we don't know about that yet. We have to wait and see. You're jumping the gun there a bit now, Niall. Take step at a time now.
I'm sure you know.
You have to think it out and have a strategy,
you have to follow these things out there. Is Jerry here yet? No.
No, Jerry has a bit of a nervous disposition sometimes. I think he's afraid of Peter and myself, really.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him for that because I know Peter was here with us yesterday. And,
no, he's good, but we like to keep him away because we can work better when he's not here. But he's brilliant working on his own, so when he gets in there, he'll do all the work.
Yeah, it's a daunting prospect. I mean, it's a very, very drawn out procedure, as we know, and it can be very, very
of course, Niall.
Trying on all the
I'm sure you're nervous here yourself.
I'm not too bad. These boys beside me are more nervous.
Noel isn't a bit nervous, is he?
I was very nervous at the start, but since you sat down there, Isha, I was settled down a little bit.
That's great. Thank God, yeah.
Anyway, Isha, Jerry will be here, I presume.
Of
later
course he'll be here, win, lose or draw, but I'm calling it now. We have 2 Fine Gael seats.
There you go now, John. And Isha's calling before you called it definitively.
That's it, yes, and we welcome that Leitrim is now back with 2 TDs that will be represented. I work with Mary McKiernan on other bodies, and we're very close together. We've discussed this right down the way. One of the things that has struck me about the Reynolds family down through the years, and if you think back, Niall, yourself, you've heard it on the radio where the O'Rourke's, the clan O'Rourke's and the Mockrognalls, which gave rise to the Reynolds name, or as Mary has said, and Ita will agree, the Wincher Olish, as their mother used to say, and that certainly bore through in the calibre of the candidate that has come through there today, and the Wincher Olish. And it's also intriguing too. The O'Rourke's are related to the McLaughlins as well, and now they're coming together. The peace is made between the Mockrognalls and the O'Rourke's and the McLaughlin clan.
John, you'll have a connection between every 18 of the candidates before the night is out, I can tell you that. Okay. So you're very confident?
Very confident.
Very confident?
Yes, no.
There's no way he can lose the seat at all?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right, okay. Does Jerry share your confidence?
Of course he does.
Okay.
Yeah, of course he does.
All right, okay. So
that's why we're in the game, because we're confident. Hard working again.
Hard working. And the experience that he had before in general elections, did that stand you in good stead?
Of course. I went to my first count when I was 14. My late father was on the county council at that time, and then he was a TD, he was a Minister of State, and he was Cathaoirleach of the Shannon. And so we would know, but I love the people, and we all do, and I love to listen to the issues on the ground, and I think when you stay grounded, and like Jared is, and listen and work, that's what pays back. That's why he's getting votes in every box.
Okay, so if we send a tweet out now saying that Ita, Jerry's sister, says he's home and dry, we can do that?
After saying it on the radio.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to say home and dry, just say we're confident we get the seat.
Okay.
I'm not going back on my word now.
I know well.
You're playing hell with me now, I think.
Not a bit, no.
What does Noel say here?
These boys are mad to get in and ask you questions.
Right,
no. I wouldn't ask you a question. I think Jerry is I'd be very hopeful. Confident is a stronger word, but I'd be very, very hopeful that Jerry will be taking the last seat, or the second last seat. I'm not sure which of them yet, but I suppose we'll know after this count and be very well shaped up after that. But I know I was talking to Jerry during the campaign, and he made the point that Reynolds is representing Sligo Leitrim for most of the last 90 years. And I mean, I suppose it's a big name and it's a big brand. And we spoke about Jerry earlier on about what he's done around Carrick and Ciaran and his business and so on. And I think he'll be a big asset to the Dáil, and I hope he is there, and I hope he will make it.
All right. Ethan, thanks for
very much,
joining us.
Niall.
We might talk to you later on.
You never know,
we look forward to talking to Jerry later on, no matter what the outcome.
We'll give you the first interview, Niall.
Thanks very much for that. I appreciate it. Thanks for
very
joining
much,
us.
and thanks to everybody.
No problem. That's Eva Reynolds, Jerry's sister and campaign manager. Right, what else have we to tell you? It's 5:25. Sorry, you were saying, Kevin? Oh yeah, sorry, John. Did you want to say something? Kevin says you wanted to make a point. Oh, an interesting fact. Oh no, he knows about the South Sligo.
Oh, that was the South Sligo.
Yeah,
yes, in 1948 there was no South Sligo TD, and again in 1954 there was no South Sligo TD. So it's just a matter. We like to keep our records straight and have the information right for our listeners.
Okay, Paschal, I don't know if you're listening to Ita there.
I only heard bits of it.
Okay.
But I've been saying, it's just
confident can be.
Well, I said he may not be home and hose, but it's a question of just time. It's just to tidy up the red tape, and he's elected. So simple as that.
Okay, right. Time-wise, John, again in the next we expect another half hour, would we, or less?
Be a half an hour. At the best, a half an hour, 6 o'clock at the earliest, and then it's going to slow down dramatically. Then after that.
Because of the surplus, is that
because of the surplus that will have, and all right, Noel thought that the surplus mightn't be that great, but there'll only be about 800 votes between McManus and Scanlon after this, and Merrick McSharry will have more than 1,000 votes minimum to distribute, and because he has more than that, and the difference is greater than between the two candidates, it has to be distributed. So for that reason, the returning officer will distribute the surplus, and that will slow things down dramatically, and then it'll speed up a little bit then when Chris McManus is eliminated, and then it'll slow down again before we have the final declaration of the last two seats, which will be between Reynolds, McLaughlin and Scanlon.
Okay. So we're here for a couple more hours yet, John, you would
Yes,
estimate.
indeed. I don't see us being out of here realistically before 9 o'clock, and we'll be doing very well. The returning officer will be doing very well if he has proceedings completed by 9 o'clock.
Okay, far be it from me to give out misleading information. There is a suggestion that we're the only constituency in the country not to have elected a TD yet. I don't know how accurate that is, but somebody was tweeting and texting in earlier. Okay, Noel.
No, well, just on that, Niall, I suppose, look, at part of the reason for that, if it's true, and it probably is that, there was a big band of candidates here in Sligo Leitrim that was on, within 1,000 or 2,000 votes of each other, and, in many other constituencies, there was somebody maybe exceeded the quota on the first count, or was very close to it. So, I mean, given the spread of the votes that the top 8 candidates got, I suppose it's not surprising that there'll be nobody elected yet.
All right, okay. And just to remind people where we're at again, we're waiting on the 12th count, the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's vote, which will elect Mark McSharry on this count. So the crowds are gathering as well for the first election in Sligo Leitrim. And I remember now, actually, I remember Francie what I was going to say to Francie, and it's an interesting thing. And I'll just bring Francie around here to answer this question, and I knew I had something to say to Francie. Just borrow those headphones for a moment. Yeah, just bring Francie. I remember what I was going to say to you now, Francie. There's an interesting, and we welcome it, aspect to our streaming of the thing. The amount of people who are now coming over and waving, presumably, all over the world at their relatives.
Yeah, what's happening is...
Where was Roddy?
What's happening is people obviously have been logging on to the Ocean FM stream, and there are thousands, and then they're coming down here, and what's happening then is they're ringing people at home. You often see it on RT or whatever like that when there's something going on, and they're all like waving in the background. Usually during sporting events, that's kind of happening here today. So they're ringing home and they're saying, "Hey, if you know the way you're watching the Ocean FM stream, well, we're here now." So they're waving and doing all that sort of stuff. And just remind people, if you want to watch that stream, because whenever the next count happens, we're expecting Mark McSharry to be elected. and we'll be covering that live with multi-cameras, like up to 4 cameras here. So just go to oceanfm.ie and watch live.
Yeah. Paschal. Sorry, just Paschal.
Which guest was sitting here?
There wasn't anybody, I think.
Peter Reynolds.
Yeah. No, we're quiet. Paschal.
No, sorry, sorry about that. Just actually the list that I had of the counts for some reason seems to be misplaced, and that's what we're scurrying around and trying to find it because I need it. It's my master.
Your list of the
counts. It's part of my master plan, and but they must have taken it with them, which is unfortunate.
I'd say if you could find the owner of that.
Because we had
okay, well we put out an appeal on the World Wide Web.
No. Do we have it accumulated, of all the counts? We don't have it printed out or anything, no?
No, I just have I've written out my own.
I was doing the same, so anyway, that seems. I just went out to get a breath of fresh air, and it goes to show you somebody must have just picked it up and moved on. Not to worry.
Yeah, okay, well we'll try and get that back to us.
I'm just going to write because I need to have that in order to kind of refer.
Okay, Michael Colreavy. I mean, you heard. I don't know if you heard Peter Reynolds as confident can be. Just wait for Michael to put his headphones on so he can hear my question. Michael, I was saying, I don't know if you heard what Peter Reynolds had to say. As confident can be that Jerry is going to be re-elected now to Dáil Éireann.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I would be that sanguine about it.
Okay.
There is a possibility, for example, when Chris McManus goes out, it'd be interesting to see what transfer, because of geographical reasons, goes from Chris McManus to Eamon Scanlon. That could be interesting to watch.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be. It's probably likely that Jerry Reynolds will take the seat, but I wouldn't say it's assured at this stage.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, he just seemed very confident. We expect Jerry Reynolds to be at the Count Centre later on. And the only other candidate that I can think of that we haven't seen all weekend is Tony McLaughlin. Haven't seen Tony around at all. And as far as I'm looking through the list, I think Tony's been the only candidate who hasn't made an appearance at the Count yet. But no doubt he's waiting for the ultimate moment to make a return.
Probably, yes.
All right, we're going to go back to the floor now in a minute and talk to more people. Harry Keaney is talking to Paddy O'Rourke. Paddy O'Rourke's with us, and of course this particular account involves the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's votes. Okay, we're just waiting to get Paddy O'Rourke sorted out. Okay. Yeah, Paschal, just you have your seats, Paschal. You have. Okay, right, Harry. With
Paddy O'Rourke, Fianna Fáil candidate from Leitrim. The omens don't look good for yourself. Just tell me what your own reading of it.
Oh no, sure, I've been eliminated.
You've been eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's the end of the line there, and my votes are now being distributed and will play a part in supporting other candidates, some of them across the line, and supporting others to a point at which they may well get elected without reaching the quota. My views on it is that it was a wonderful, turnaround by a small, tight bunch of supporters who got very short notice about this tea time on a January evening, the 16th, to get out and try to win a seat between that and what was expected to be the date and turned out to be the date, the 26th of February. And that left us very little time to do so, but they rose to the challenge, and across 2 counties, a county and a half, we pushed it to its absolute limits. And I don't think there was much more with the resources and personnel available to us that we could have actually done.
Everybody seems to acknowledge that it was a very good campaign, as you say yourself, within a very short period of time, and as you say, with limited resources. What do you attribute that to?
Attribute which to? You mean the good
to success of your own? I know you weren't elected, but you got a very good vote.
Because I suppose we were doing it the traditional way of going meeting the people on their own patch. talking to people at their own doors in their own kitchens and meeting them in their farmyards, meeting them in their industry, meeting them in their schools, meeting them wherever we could find them. And we weren't, dependent on any other methods of communication other than the face-to-face. And every day we were out, we were gaining ground. But unfortunately, the time didn't allow us to have the kind of exposure that we would have needed to have in the other two counties, because, if you look at it, I pulled in excess of 100 votes in Sligo with just a few phone calls here and there to connections and friends and people that one would know. I mean, if we had been able to mount a more sustained campaign across the other two counties, we would have been able to increase that. And there were indeed areas well within our own counties, that of Leitrim and West Cavan, that possibly would have benefited from a more, intense canvass, because it's not always easy to meet everybody. The time of the day that suits one section of the community is all wrong for the other section that live within it. So you have to do repeat visits and whatever. And in the winter time, and bear in mind that of those 36 days that we were on the road, I suppose it'd be fair to say that 30 of them was horrendous wintry conditions. People, anxious to close their doors at tea time, and you really felt that you were intruding. But I'd have to say that the way that people received us and the way that they received our message across that time was nothing short of the best. And it's a great tribute to the people who worked on my behalf. And it's for them, to be honest with you. I have known delayed success before. I have known delayed success on a couple of other occasions in politics when I started out at local level. So, I can deal with this and live with this, and I'll be there again.
The indications, Paddy, are that your transfers are coming across to help Eamon Scanlon. Do you know if that's the case, or would you be surprised?
Well, obviously, a significant amount of my vote would be a party vote. So there would be, I suppose, a mix of other votes in it where people would be voting on a geographical basis. And that would probably help some of the candidates that would be closer to me in South Leitrim. But the greater bulk of them, I suspect, will be a party vote, and they will go on to assist the other two candidates who haven't reached the quota.
Okay. Paddy, we're expecting to have Mark McSharry declared elected here at the next count. Overall, it's been a very good election for Fianna Fáil. How do you attribute the change in fortunes from 4 years ago?
Well, I suppose if you look at it, 4 years ago, we finished up with 20 seats. And a very small percentage more of the take of first preference votes would have given us double that. Now, I know there are people saying a very small percentage less than we got would have, collapsed us altogether. But let's focus on the positive. So, from there on, there was always something to build on, because we were that close at the time. A couple percentage points in February 11 would have given us double the seats that we achieved. We were losing seats because of bad management regarding too many candidates, whatever, badly placed within constituencies, whatever. So there was all of that. Then come the local elections in 2014, when everybody said we'd do well to get 17 or 18% of the popular vote. We exceeded that, and we ended up the largest party in local government. And since that, we have been, I think our people has had, a bit of a lift in their step and have had courage to come out. And we've seen a lot more people back on campaigns this time, people who had, they had become disillusioned or dispirited, let's say, following the collapse that occurred in February 11.
Councillor Paddy O'Rourke, thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, no. All right, thanks for that, Harry. Right, we have very, very important news in relation to these Paddy O'Rourke transfers. Porrick Hart.
The figures that we're getting now, and these aren't official obviously, but we have McSharry is going to get over 1,700 of Paddy O'Rourke's transfers, and that's very, very significant. Eamon Scanlon is getting 1,200 approximately, and Reynolds, what was the figure we had?
1120, you have.
1120, yeah, 1,100 for Reynolds. So there's a fairly clear-cut winner there in McSharry. He's going to be elected over the quota and giving him a surplus of 800 votes. So that's the situation as it stands at the moment.
Okay, all right. So your reading of that, there was a suggestion. Eve Reynolds was with us a moment ago to say that she felt that Jerry Reynolds was all but safe, and then there was a rumour going through the Count Centre that no, it was edging towards Scanlon based on these transfer figures, but based on those figures, which are unofficial, you say Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah, it's looking like that is Jerry Reynolds, surely. Yeah.
Okay.
And the announcement is going to happen very, very shortly. In fact,
okay. All right. I think this may be it. This is the all-important count.
Oh, false alarm!
Okay. Yeah. I think it is a false alarm, and obviously this is a huge count for Sligo Leitrim because we'll have the first.
The joys of a count centre at this late stage in the count. Somebody says to somebody else, by the way, there's something happening up there. Somebody is crossing the podium, and the next thing the shush goes up.
Door Spanell, is it?
And there's no shush.
Yeah.
There's a shush, all right, but there's no action.
Well, I would urge people to log on to oceanfm.ie for this, because you'll see a fantastic panoramic view of the drama and the media scrum around Mark McSharry and indeed his family and friends and supporters ahead of this announcement of his election on the 12th count. Paschal, I don't, you were talking to Paddy O'Rourke. I don't know if you heard what Pádraig Hart had to say.
I got them. Yeah,
you got them.
I had them on my head here.
Is that game over? Is that game over?
Well, actually, no. And I leave it to Michael to explain why we think it's not totally over.
Yeah, I've been thinking for a while that we haven't reached end game on this one at all. Sorry, I don't think we've reached end game on this one yet. It looks as if Eamon Scanlon is going to get something in the region of 1,300 from from Paddy O'Rourke's elimination, and Jerry Reynolds is something like 1,100 from that, which would leave Jerry still well ahead. Now, I suppose people were presuming that when Chris McManus goes out, that most of those transfers would go to Martin Keaney, and most of them will, of course, go to Martin Keaney. But because of geography and because we're so far down the list at this stage, there's a possibility that Eamon Scanlon could get enough of transfers from Chris McManus to put him ahead of Jerry Reynolds. I don't think Leitrim people would be very happy about that, but it's certainly more than just a mathematical possibility.
It kind of reminds me, Michael knows on the game here. It kind of reminds me, rather ironically, of the night that Ray McSharry conceded defeat, famously in the early 80s.
81, I think.
And I remember being at the count, and you might have been there, Michael. And
I was director of elections for McDonald, the Hunger Striker.
And do you remember that there was only one candidate remaining? And that was a Sligo candidate.
That is right.
Late in the count.
Yes.
And therefore, those of us that were looking at it said to the Sligo supporters of McSharry, I remember, he's not out of this.
Yes.
Because of exactly the same point you're now making so many years later.
Yeah.
The last remaining candidate was a Sligo-based candidate, and geography came into play, which John has been more or less consistently talking about and referring to over the last few counts. So it's rather strange. I was just thinking that Eamon Scanlon would probably be the last remaining candidate, will he?
I think he probably will be.
Niall, have you worked that out? That Eamon Scanlon would be the last remaining candidate when Chris McManus is eliminated?
Well, it's a possibility rather than a probability, but it's certainly a strong possibility.
Sorry, the last remaining Sligo candidate, I mean. Last remaining Sligo.
Yes.
All right, okay. Log on oceanfm.ie, and I can tell you there's some very, very dramatic pictures, and our panel can see them here.
I can tell you, Niall, that there's nothing more dramatic than what we've just been talking about.
Yeah.
Because we're in the end game, but the end game hasn't been reached.
Hasn't been decided yet. Okay.
And Michael has spotted that, and it's a fair comment. Well,
Yes, John, please.
Can I come back on that?
And just to remind listeners, we're told the count is about 10 minutes away, but we're going to stay talking until then. We won't take any breaks. Our viewers can watch exactly what's happening there.
What we've seen now is that, and we did talk about it earlier, but Merrick McSharry is going to be elected on this count with a surplus of over 1,000. And that surplus will have to be distributed. Merrick Keaney, and I must say that given the Fianna Fáil vote there, 1,700 votes to Merrick McSharry, 1,300 votes to Eamon Scanlon. That's 3,000. That's a 50% transfer.
Yeah, I think he said 1,200 to Eamon Scanlon.
No, that's in excess of 1,300.
Okay, well, I thought Porrick said 1,200.
And
the figure I had.
1,300 to Merrick Keaney and 1,100 to Jerry Reynolds. So that's 2,400. So 3,000 to 2,400 a Fianna Fáil transfer as against a Leitrim transfer there on that. And that is going to bring Merrick Keaney up with those 1,300 is going to bring him on 9-3. And then the difference between McManus and Scanlon will be less than the 1,000 votes that have to be distributed. So that 1,000 votes will have to be distributed before we eliminate McManus.
Okay.
And then when McManus is eliminated, Keaney will be elected, the second elected, with a huge surplus.
Yeah.
Now, when I say huge, we could be talking about 3,000 votes. And I've said this, that they are then back, which Michael and Paschal is saying, they're Sligo votes that came there. Now, it's a mathematical chance, but it's very remote at this stage. But it's not the end game, and again, the returning officer will be doing very well to have proceedings concluded by 9 o'clock.
Yes, Noel.
I would say that Merrick McSharry's surplus won't be 1,000. I think it'll be someplace 750, maybe to 800. Probably it's not a game changer, but I don't think it'll be near 1,000.
Merrick McSharry already has 11,520, and he's getting in excess of 1,700 votes to that. That gives him 13,520. And the quota is 12,468, which leaves a surplus of 1,052. So that's where I'm basing my figures on at the moment, 1,052, and I see only a difference between McManus and Scanlon. With the 1,300, can McManus and Scanlon? Let me just look at that there.
Yes, Eamon Scanlon is going to be well ahead.
He'll be gone well ahead. Yes, he will.
Well ahead.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here, John, is what Michael has spotted, is that ultimately, when we go through that process, when it comes down to the final eliminations, Eamon Scanlon will still be in the game when Chris McManus is eliminated. And Chris McManus, and I agree with them, considering that Martin Keaney is now only going to need less votes, isn't he, Michael? He's needing less than what we're looking at here. He's going to be somewhere in the order of around 9,000. So he'll need 3-4. And 3-4 out of the McManus 7,000 is not beyond the bounds of possibility at this late stage in the count.
It's a possibility. It's what I'd say.
But therefore, what we're looking at is not so much where Martin ends up with that transfer. We're looking at the dynamic between Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And there's then going to be, as I say, we're factoring in, John, the surplus, which is going to be significant. And surely we agree that it's got to be, in the bulk of it, go to Eamon Scanlon, the McSharry surplus.
Exactly, yes.
So that narrows the gap further between Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon.
Paschal, it'll go in the same proportion as the 1800, 1100. Okay. You can see, and Michael, you'll know what this is all about. You can see fairly dramatic pictures of Mark McSharry supporters and friends, and I can see Ray McSharry there, and it's a very proud day for Ray McSharry.
Absolutely, yeah. well done to Mark McSharry. I mean, obviously he ran a tremendous campaign, and the people working with him ran a tremendous campaign. I'm sure it's a great source of pride to Ray McSharry and to all the McSharry families.
You know what a moment like this is like.
It's a very proud moment.
The Castle Dargan Hotel in the very, very early hours of 2011.
I do indeed, yeah. It's a very, very proud moment. It's also a moment, well, because with Mark, he's already in the Shannon, he knows the run of the place, and he knows broadly what it's about. It's also a moment for me, I remember at the time, probably realising for the first time the enormity of the challenge that was in front of me. And the amount of work that had to be done within 5 years, because I knew it was going to be a 5-year term, and that was it. But it's a moment of great, tremendous pride for the family. Well done.
Paschal, what are your thoughts? I mean, this is a different aspect, I suppose, to the count.
I mean, when you consider the long and illustrious history of Ray McSharry's contribution to local and national and international politics, and that Mark grew up in a house that was steeped in that tradition, I couldn't help but reflect on remembering when Ray himself was first elected, because my father was the third candidate in the old Sligo Leitrim constituency, and although I have to confess that I can't remember the actual moment that Ray was elected, I do know that there was a great deal of drama at the time surrounding the transfer out of Leitrim that was eventually going to ensure Ray would, and he spoke about that yesterday, if you remember, Niall, when he was here. So also the McSharry family have been steeped in politics as well, so for them, firstly, it's a personal triumph, and one that is obviously resonating with them, the historical nature of this, and then for the wider support that Mark has received. And I have to say this, I have sat with Mark since he was first elected to the Senate. In the current Senate, we sat beside each other, both for voting purposes and for chatting and debating and whatever else. And he was very, very focused all along on this election. And he said that if he didn't get elected, if he didn't get it to the Dáil, he wasn't going to run for the Senate, because he felt that he had done everything that he could possibly do during his tenure as a senator, that he had done the hard slog, that he had carried out the clinics, that he had kept in touch with people, he had done the reps for them, and he felt that if at the end of that process, when it came to a general election, that the people would reject him, and then he felt that there was no real future for him in politics.
It's back to the tumbling dice again. It was the last roll of the dice really for Mark McSharry, wasn't it?
That's the way that he often talked to me about it, and made the point repeatedly to me in the latter, particularly since the convention over the last 12 months, that he was so focused on this, and he more or less kept saying to me, whenever it would come up, I can't do any more than what I have done. I have done everything that is required of a candidate and a prospective TD. And by the way, he wanted this election to come sooner rather than later. He couldn't wait. He wanted the convention to happen. By the way, for those listening on audio, the applause is for Mark McSharry arriving.
OceanFM.ie is the website to follow this live online stream of Mark McSharry's imminent election.
So what I was finally saying was, apart from all of the McSharry family and the clan and the father and the whole lot, for Mark himself, this is the end of a very successful journey and the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And I can't but wish him well.
John, do you want to, very dramatic pictures.
It's a huge moment. I've witnessed it down through the years when candidates are elected. It's a huge, exciting moment, particularly for the candidates themselves, their families, their supporters and everything else. You've reminisced there on it. I have seen it since my first involvement in 1961 in covering elections, and it's a unique occasion, right along on it, and it brings back memories of things that happened and various elections and what was said and what was done, and suddenly they're all forgotten about in the joy of this moment when when everybody celebrates regardless of politics at this particular time. You remember back on Michael Colreavy. Michael Colreavy.
I mean, I just want to comment on that because we can say he's completely overcome.
Yes, and
Paschal,
he's very emotional. Do you know what he's probably thinking of right now? And he's a good friend of mine. He's probably thinking of Elaine. He's probably thinking of his mother. He was very close to his mother, and as you know, she died in very tragic circumstances. So I'd say, apart from the emotion of it, that's what's going through his head right now. And God rest her. Because she was such a great support, and it had a terrible effect on him, that whole illness and everything. So I'd say that's one of the things that's charging through his mind right now. And you know, it shows the human side that we talked about, John, over the last few days. There it is in stark, living Technicolor. The human side of this, the emotion is just overwhelming.
Yes, and we're going to see more of it as well, because when Martin Keaney is elected, as we're now expecting, remember that the emotion that will be there. He's the first Fine Gael TD to come out of Ballinamore area, Sinn Féin TDs since John Joe McGill, and he has received that mantle. In that area there.
You know, I remember, I think the first time I came across Mac McSharry, he was part of Jerry Healy's campaign back in 1992, as I recall. And he was only a young whippersnapper back then. So, as you said, Paschal, he's steeped in the political tradition, obviously with Ray, his dad, but he was involved in campaigning and lobbying and election campaigns many years ago.
He was, and I mean, the fact that he went out into the Senate race, which was the start of his political journey, and was successful, was as much, I think, initially, and it's no disrespect to him, because I was in the same boat with my late father. My father was perhaps better known than I was when I went round in the Senate. Ray was better known than Mark was going around in the Senate campaign nationally. But once that he got elected, he has increasingly become his own man. And I think that he will show that during his term of office, which, by the way, I think this is the beginning of an entirely new journey for Mark McSharry. I referred earlier, or yesterday, when somebody was talking about that, and even Joe Queenan today said that people perhaps voted for Mark on the basis that he was ministerial material.
No, what are your thoughts? Again, I should pay compliment to all our team for adding this dimension to election coverage, which I think is very exciting, and we consider how many people in 51 countries are watching this and telling us what's happening here. I mean, it's, as you can see, Noel, it's very dramatic stuff.
Yeah, it's a great day for Mark McSharry and the McSharry family, and I see lots of them there, his father and his brothers and sisters and all his family, and it's a tremendous achievement to head the poll, and it's a tremendous achievement when you win a Dáil seat for the first time. And I know Mark is very emotional there and will be when he's elected. I even seen PJ Clark getting a bit emotional there at one stage.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a great occasion for Mark and for the McSharry family, and I'd certainly like to wish him all the best in his career in Dáil Éireann, and I hope it's a very successful one, and I hope he's very good for Sligo.
He's completely overcome there, as we can see. Completely. Before the announcement at all.
Remember that this man started on a journey that was hopefully going to end on this politically. This was going to be the end of this chapter of his life, and as I said earlier, he was so focused on this election for not just last year, but for the 5 years since the last election, having gone through the trauma of not being successful the last time, and probably being the man most likely to. He actually said to me during the campaign, as you know, and listeners and viewers will know, when you looked at Paddy Power, he was unbackable, I think, Niall, for periods. But he said to me during the week, when I said, you know, you're unbackable, I said, I thought I'd make a few bob on you. Look, he says, I'm paying no attention to that, because he said, I remember in the 2011 election, he says, I was unbackable as well. He says, Paddy Powers had me, he says, that I was the favourite to get elected. He says, I've learned that lesson.
We're going to keep the commentary going right up until this count is announced, but and when we get over the celebrations that Mark McSharry is entitled to, we'll get down to the serious business then of analysing those figures, which are very important, because as John says, we've got a very interesting few hours ahead. And what we're doing here for Mark McSherry, we'll obviously be doing for all candidates as they get elected. So.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that, because in case people might think we're just focusing on Mark and on the McSherry, we're doing it because this is his moment.
This is his moment.
And there will be other moments with other candidates.
There'll be 4 other moments, or 3 other moments before the night is out.
And you might shed a few tears as well, Noel, before the night is out.
Well, if we get 2 seats, I certainly have tissues ready here, Niall. Now, I'm still not 100% sure what way this is going to go at the end, because it's going to be extremely tight.
Yeah, I think usually with these imminent counts when there's an election, obviously I think RT dictate a lot of the choreography, because it goes live on television, and I can see the RT crew are being advised on what might happen, so we might get an indication from Tommy or John maybe of how many more minutes we have to watch. But as I said, please log in live to oceanfm.ie for what are very, very dramatic pictures. Very, very dramatic pictures here at the count in Sligo Leitrim.
I haven't got any indication, but that is my instinct. And particularly going back to what you said earlier, Niall, about us being the last constituency to elect a TD. And remember this, that this is a family. It's as Paschal has quite rightly said, it's national, it's local, national, international interest in this. This is a member of a former commissioner, a former finance minister. We have all the criteria here, and there we see on our screens Sean McNiff back in again on it again.
Tom McSherry,
yes, a councillor
Tom McSherry, who's a cousin of Mark McSherry's.
So we see them all here. Ria mentioned yesterday about the 43 grandchildren that were still here and helping out on this, and they're all here. We see now at the moment one of the youngest of them there
Mark's
with us,
daughter.
and it's a huge moment. We honestly can't put into words. We're delighted that we have now the technology to show the people throughout the constituency and throughout the world.
Is that Paschal? No, it's not.
Yes, I would think that's.
It's a role Paschal. He got into the front shot.
Yes.
How did he manage that with the crowds of people there?
Well, indeed.
How did you do that, Senator?
That's.
You have slip by security and everything.
At the moment, and I said you've been watched by 51 countries at the moment.
Yeah.
In 51, so maybe I said you might acknowledge it.
You've made him worse now.
Yes.
You've made him worse. You've made him more emotional by that now.
Sorry, I've what?
You've made him more emotional by telling him that.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Good man, Paschal. That was a nifty bit of work there to get in amongst the scrum.
I just bulldozed through.
I know well you did.
I just said I'm coming back out again. I said, slip in.
There's Sean McNiff, who's behind you as well, who's at the Letterkenny County yesterday. He was in the Sligo County, then he was at Letterkenny County.
There's a shot there that shows us that they're not just quite ready yet for the declaration of. They're not quite ready for the declaration yet. They're still doing the final checks on it.
Yeah. We'll keep looking at the pictures. If you're watching this online, please enjoy the pictures here live from the count. There's more shushing going on.
I'm not 100% sure if that shush means that it is imminent or not, because I don't see our colleagues in RTA preparing yet for the national event, and it's a huge, unique moment here altogether. For those of us, I think Paschal and Michael and Noel and yourself, Niall, isn't it a huge moment for us to be part of that and to comment on such a history-making occasion?
It's absolutely brilliant. And when you think of, we've covered many elections, all of us down the years, and when you think of the technology and the way we used to do things, and you compare it to what we have today, it's just quite incredible.
It is.
There will be lots of false alarms, as we know.
Yes, there will.
Now, Paul O'Grady is at the side of the podium,
he's
probably just waiting to get cue from RT television.
He probably is, but he appears to me to be making some final checks on it. I would think that they're making final checks there. Himself and Nigel, I think it is, are doing that.
For those watching online, Edel McSherry is to the right on the screen. That's Mark's campaign manager and cousin, and Councillor Rosemary O'Grady is to his right, to the left on the screen, member of Sligo County Council, of course, currently Herlock of Sligo County Council.
Yes, indeed, and again, an emotional moment for Councillor Rosalie O'Grady, who has worked.
The following is the result of the 12th count, which consisted of the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's votes of 6,083. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 1,323, giving him a total of 9,294, 9,294. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 48, giving him a total of 7,093, 7,093. McSharry Mark, Fianna Fáil, plus 1,707, giving him a total of 13,220. 13,227, 13227. McLaughlin Tony, Fine Gael, plus 112, giving him a total of 10,167, 10167. Reynolds George, Fine Gael, plus 1,171, giving him a total of 10,092, 10092. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 1,323, giving him a total of 9,145, 9145. Non-transferable papers not effective, 399, 399. As the votes of Mark McSharry exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count.
Obviously, you had a great vote and fantastic.
Because such distribution cannot elect a continuing candidate or save the lowest candidate from exclusion.
Just over the moon.
I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes.
What else can
Chris McManus, 7,093.
It's been a tremendous effort by all 18 candidates.
And that will consist of the next count.
All put in a huge effort. Unfortunately, the nature of politics is sometimes there's winners and losers. I know what it's like on the dark days as well, so it's nice to have this one.
Hey, congratulations, Mark McSharry. I'm sure we'll be talking to you lots over the next.
Okay. Well, there they are, dramatic pictures. Mark McSharry, shoulder high in the Clarion Hotel. He's been a senator for many, many years. He knows what it's like to lose a general election. And there's Ray McSharry with his hand held high amongst family members and friends and supporters carrying Mark McSharry. And as we said, he's a very, very emotional time for Mark McSharry and Ray McSharry and all his friends and supporters. Okay. As I say, well, what can you say about that, guys? Paschal.
It's a moment that he will never forget.
Sorry, we'll just go back. Ray McSharry is talking to us.
Worked with us and all our family who worked with them. It has been a tremendous campaign over 4 counties and 2 provinces, and we've got the result in Deputy Mark McSharry.
And it's been a good result for the party overall as well.
Yes, it's going great around the country. I would hope that we might still have a chance here of the second seat, but there's still a count or 2 to go on. So we'll be hoping that Eamon Scanlon, who has done extremely well, we want to congratulate him and all who will be elected today.
Thanks very much, Mark McSharry. Adele, I know that you are the campaign manager and the woman, maybe the success behind the campaign as well. How are you feeling? Obviously,
I'm elated, absolutely elated, but just want to second, it's the team. It was all the work, the councillors, the organisation, the family that put the work in. So it was a joint effort, and I'm absolutely elated. But Mark is an excellent candidate, an excellent politician. So we all believe.
And it's a 24/7 campaign that goes into it. I take it over the last
24/7.
Thanks for talking to us.
Our Director of Elections, Adele McSharry, was the best.
And I got a lot of wisdom from the man himself. A lot of shared wisdom.
I'm joined here as well now by the Cathaoirleach of Sligo, Rosaleen O'Grady. Obviously, Rosaleen, as said there, it's a good day for Fianna Fáil.
It's a fabulous day for Fianna Fáil, and it's a fabulous day to have McSharry back on the ticket. It was a wonderful campaign. We all worked very hard, and we're delighted that we have come out with this result here today.
And as Ray McSharry said there, you haven't given up the hope of the second seat just yet.
We haven't given up the hope, and you never know what may happen. And I wish all the candidates that are left in the field the best of luck. It has been a difficult campaign for everybody, and I just want to commiserate with those that haven't been elected and to wish those that will be elected every blessing for their time in Dáil Éireann. But I'm absolutely elated that we have a McSharry back in Dáil Éireann.
Absolutely, and the support here today is unbelievable, just here in the middle of it all.
Unbelievable, and the support all through the campaign was enormous. We had a fabulous campaign. We went the highways and the byways, and we have our candidate delivered to Dáil Éireann here this evening.
Okay, Rosaleen O'Grady, listen, thanks very much for talking to us. Okay, will I bring him over?
All right, forgive us because we're watching these pictures here, and they're very, very dramatic pictures. We will get Mark as soon as we can, and everybody's looking from it. He did talk to Claire. Just to let you know before you come in, Michael, Ciaran informs me here there were 5,000 people tuned in worldwide for that particular announcement, just on our stream there. Anyway, yeah, sorry, Michael. Sorry, we just get a microphone to Michael.
How many people were?
5,000 people were just tuned in for that particular moment.
Excellent. And first of all, just to say, well done, Mark. He ran a tremendous campaign, and well done to the people. And it is a credit to the family. And I can see the pride in Ray's face and in his voice. Can I also say the pride that I have with Chris McManus, now that Chris has been eliminated. He really, really has done Sinn Féin and Sligo proud. Many people would have suggested that Sinn Féin would not be able to have 2 candidates reach the level that both have done. What I think Chris has demonstrated is that provided the hard work continues and provided Sinn Féin to continue to develop, there's very much a possibility and the probability of 2 Sinn Féin TDs in this constituency in the very near future. So listen, well done, Chris. I know he'll be very disappointed.
It's an important point you make, Michael, because just to clarify, because there was a couple of audio feeds coming when that was in. Just to clarify, Chris McManus has been eliminated.
I understand.
Yeah. Because
I don't want that announcement to be lost on people.
Yeah.
Chris has been eliminated, and I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of the vote he got here. He was certainly an excellent candidate, and the people around him worked so hard to make this happen. But let them be not disappointed.
Yeah.
Because as I say, I was one of the people who was concerned about a 2-candidate strategy when that strategy was decided. But tonight has proven that was the correct strategy, and that Sinn Féin certainly will have the foundation for 2 TDs in the very near future.
Okay,
so
Paschal,
well done, Chris.
We kind of missed out on that because of all the drama over McSharry's election. The next count, Chris McManus is eliminated there.
Can I just say that what slipped out there, Niall, or didn't, and just emphasise with all that was going on, is that the returning officer indicated that he would not be distributing the Mark McSharry surplus. John, did you get the exact figure on that? I think that it was what Mark is on is 13,227.
We're going to be joined. Sorry, we're going to be joined in a moment by Mark McSharry.
No problem at all.
It's just going to.
But I'm just saying that this surplus is going to come into play.
Yeah.
I mean, all votes have to be accounted for at the end of any count. So this surplus will be distributed, and it could come into play depending on what transfers Eamon Scanlon gets from Chris McManus. And I want to endorse everything that Michael has said about Chris and his dad Sean, whom I've known for a long number of years, and to wish him well. And I'm sure they're very, very disappointed indeed that this hasn't worked out for them, but to wish them well.
Okay, so we're going to have the 13 count. We'll have analysis of that count in a moment.
No problem.
But for now, you'll forgive me if we talk to our next guest, and we'll just let him get set up here. Mark McSharry receiving the congratulations of our panel and indeed all the guests, and we'll just let him catch his breath and have a glass of water. Okay. And as I say, you can watch this online, oceanfm.ie as it happens. Mark, congratulations first of all.
Thanks very much, Niall, and thanks.
A fantastic achievement.
All of the team here at Ocean, all the panellists over the last 2 days, they gave great comfort of us that's still on the couch at home as we were watching it, and it was so up to date. I'd say there's another award in store for you the way you ran this election. Fair play to you.
Okay. How did you do it? How did you become so successful in this occasion? We talked to you briefly yesterday, and you said you were humbled by it all.
Yeah, and I am.
Is that the overriding emotion?
It is, yeah, absolutely. It is emotional and it is humbling because of where we've all come from over the last 5 years and the work that's been put in. I think last night you asked me what was the difference in the campaign. It was Edel McSharry, my campaign manager. I think the organisational skills and the management skills and the driver that she is really made the difference. The Fianna Fáil organisation have been unbelievable in the way that they were able to help direct my family in campaigning and so on.
Okay, we were watching, you'll forgive us if we were watching proceedings as you were waiting to be elected. It was a very, very emotional time for you, Mark.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I suppose 5 years ago after the election, you're looking ahead. There's no TD in the area. Paschal and I were two senators, and really what we had to try and do was try and develop a service as good as a TD in terms of clinics and following up like that. Then nationally there was 14 senators, 19 TDs, whatever it was, and everybody had to do everything. Years ago, big parties that like Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil had acres of backroom staff or whatever, but Fianna Fáil were a very small party. We didn't have the support staff, so we wrote our own legislation, we wrote our own press releases, and all of that work was just head down. And I suppose when you get to today and you've got the result, inevitably, the emotion is there. It just hit you
because of all that work and all the effort you put in. And as Paschal said earlier, you vowed 5 years ago that you were going to make an absolute go of it this time. This was going to be your time.
I knew last Wednesday or Thursday that whatever the outcome was going to be today, if I lost, there was no question of me being upset, because I know I left no stone unturned. I did everything I could. So it's totally humbling to have got that first preference vote and to get over the line this evening. And it's a credit. It's a great credit to the team that I have had, and Edel at the helm of that, and of course all of my family. My children are here with me, their mum, who have all sacrificed a lot over the last 5 years to allow me to pursue the work and so on. And there's a cost to all of that too. At the end of the day, 18 candidates fought this election. They were of a very high calibre, all of them, and many of them, their vote didn't reflect remotely the contribution they could make and indeed did make. And from the first elimination, Bernard Sweeney, to Paddy O'Rourke there, and those in between, and those later, the winner, and I said this when I was at this table in the losing chair after the last election, the winner is democracy. We had a huge field of candidates, a great campaign, great debates from the various radio stations, and then there were various public meetings, and it was clean. There was no underhandedness, there was no sniping. It was about the issues here in the Northwest, and as we look to the future now, and whatever three join me, I'm prepared to work with them. Party whips, all of that stuff aside, we must be united in focusing on getting some resources for ourselves to help us perform to our potential. Sure, there'll be political battles and legislation and other issues, but this is a region that, if given some resources, can operate much greater on its own steam. And in fact, instead of being looking at nationally as being, a pain in the national side or the whingers from the west, we can make a real sustainable contribution here. But they do need to give us some resources to help us do that, and I'll fight with whatever other three are elected to ensure that we get that.
I know you're under demand, and I'll ask the guys for a comment in a moment, but you're always your own man, Mark, but this was a particularly proud day, as we know, for your dad Ray, and we talked to him yesterday. He was very passionate about it and about the hard work that you would put in.
Yeah, well, Dad and I, first and foremost, are great friends. We probably speak twice a day on all sorts of issues, and the truth is, he wouldn't have liked any of his family to go into politics. That's the truth of it, and to be quite honest. I mean, you often see people who love to see their son or daughters follow footsteps and so on. He didn't want that at all, and we used to have rows about it. And then ultimately, when I was nominated to go for the Senate in 2002, he was 100% behind me, as he always has been, and I know that he's certainly very proud today.
I know Mark's under pressure, as he said.
I agree. Can I just formally congratulate Mark? In the hope that I get back to the Senate, I'm going to miss the two of us sitting beside each other, but hopefully we'll both be in the same house. And I have no doubt whatsoever, and I said it earlier, that this is the end of a chapter for Mark McSharry, but it's the beginning of a very exciting new chapter for him as he enters into the lower house. And as he will know, there's a little bit of a hierarchy in Leinster House, and sometimes the Senate is somewhat undervalued even within the House. Yeah. Now he is going to have a very big national platform, and the fact that what he has said here, I can absolutely guarantee that there will be no stone left unturned on highlighting the issues that are in the Northwest. But on a purely personal basis, I want to say that I'm tremendously happy but proud to know Mark, because I know his qualities. I know the commitment and passion that he brings to particular issues, and in fact the people of this constituency have made one of their wisest choices in a long time. And not only that, but I know, and he has acknowledged, and he's right to acknowledge his dad, as I did in my own situation, I was saying earlier, with my own father. But Mark, you've come of age today. You're your own man. You are now out into the world of big politics, and all I can do is just wish you well.
An overnight success in 14 years.
Yeah. I don't know if you were talking about the hierarchy, that you jump the queue in the canteen when Paschal's in it or something.
Oh yeah, I'll be put in my place now.
And Michael, just a word from you as the outgoing TD to the incoming TD.
Yeah. Well, I've already congratulated Mark because I knew this moment was coming. Well done, Mark. You ran an excellent campaign. You had obviously very good people working with you. You have a tough 5 years ahead, but you know this already because you've worked hard in the Senate. I'm delighted to hear that you're going to work closely with the TDs from this region. And maybe, just maybe, if government had listened more closely to TDs from the regions and opposition TDs, we might be in a stronger position today than we are. Right. So well done, Mark.
Noel, just you want a quick word to Mark before we wrap up?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, Mark, just to say congratulations. I mean, it's a great occasion for you and a great occasion to top the poll in your constituency, and it's your first time to be elected. Great occasion for the wider McSharry family, and I'd like to wish you the very best for the next. Michael says 5 years. We don't know whether it'll be 5 weeks or 5 years yet, or sometime in between, but I'd like to wish you the best. And I suppose the most important thing that everyone in Sligo, Leitrim would be wishing for you this evening, not just the people who voted for you, but I think the whole electorate here in Sligo, Leitrim would like you and expect you and hope, and I'm sure you will do a good job for the constituency, for the county here in Sligo and for the wider constituency. And I think that that's what needed, that the four TDs work together for the betterment of the constituency, and I have no doubt you will, and once again wish you the best.
All right,
very much.
Mark McSherry, many thanks for joining us. We know you're under pressure, and thanks for taking the time to join us, and well done again. Mark McSherry there, who's the first TD elected to Sligo Leitrim here in this count. What time was he elected at? I'm just looking at the time. It was just after just after 6 o'clock. It was a long time. We started at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, as we know, and 6 o'clock, 6:05 on the Sunday, we have our first TD elected. And I'm going to bring in our next guest now. Just suffice to say that all the coverage we had with Mark McSherry and all the Michael.
The table for a while. I just want to go and spend some time with Chris McManus.
I thought you were. There he is. I thought you were going to say, "Oh, Cadog and Dullamok there" or something.
There is Chris.
Yeah, no, Chris is here.
Yeah.
Chris McManus. Well, what are your feelings? I mean, you still have a smile on your face, as you had all weekend, I have to say.
Niall, the first thing I want to do is I want to wish the new Deputy McSherry well. Look, elections are a game of winners and losers, but we all put our name in the ballot paper, and there's a sense of solidarity amongst all of us as candidates. We, some of us fall, some of us win, and I think it's important that we acknowledge the mandate that Mark has been given, and I wish him well for whatever length the coming term is for the 32nd Dáil. But yes, Niall, I'm smiling. And I said
and
this,
you were smiling yesterday.
I said this to you yesterday, Niall. On a number of fronts, I'm leaving this race with over 7,000 votes of support. That's a sizable mandate, even though I'm not elected. Sinn Féin took their highest vote in several generations in County Sligo. I polled the second highest vote in Sligo town. I took nearly 30% of the vote in South Donegal. Sinn Féin ran a very disciplined campaign. Our job was to maximise the vote, to ensure that the one seat we had was returned, and to show that we were viable contenders for the second seat. We came close and nearly hit the crossbar this time round, but I think the mood music may be different at a subsequent election, whether it's in a few months or whenever it is, and I think that any discussion about anybody saying that Sinn Féin can't challenge for two seats in this constituency is gone. We will be running to run two candidates and two TDs at any subsequent election in the Sligo Leitrim constituency.
Okay, well, you certainly were faring very, very well yesterday, and the argument over whether you or Martin Keaney was going to get the seat was still live up until a very, very short time ago. I'm sure you probably don't want to be reminded about that now, but the point I'm trying to make is the point you were making, that you ended up with over 7,000 votes, which is a sizable contribution, as you know, and a great performance by any candidate.
Well, I was the highest first-time candidate in this race today, and it's amazing. My deputy leader, Mary Lou MacDonald, got elected with 5,900 votes in Dublin Central, and I'm eliminated with 7,000 votes. But as I said, I'm around elections an awful long time. I'm like a rubber ball. I'll bounce back, Niall. I'll give myself a couple of days break.
Okay. Bounce back where? Have you got the flavour now for a general election? Are you looking at the next local elections?
Look, I am a team player. It's about Sinn Féin as an organisation, and I will do whatever I'm best placed to ensure that we maximise support for Sinn Féin. It's never been about Chris McManus. I'm not in it for any personal self-gain. If I was elected, I'd take home only the average industrial wage. So it's never been about me. It's about ensuring that Sinn Féin, our views, and the people who we feel need true representation in the Dáil are respected and represented as best as possible.
Okay, I don't know if Michael Colreavy was seeking you out to give you a hug or something like that, but you can reach across microphones there.
Certainly I will give Chris a hug after I speak here. And I've already said, Chris, I'm so proud of you. And Sinn Féin, I'm so proud. And not just you, Chris, but your family and the people who worked with you. I confessed that I was one of the people who was very concerned about running two candidates. I tend to be a little bit cautious in these things, and I felt that the seat might be at risk with running two candidates. I'm happy to say that I was proven wrong on that, because Chris is right. Nobody can ever say that we don't have the potential to have two Sinn Féin candidates in this constituency, and that day is very close based on the numbers that I see in front of me here. It's obvious that Martin is going to be elected to TD, so I'm delighted that we've held the seat. but we certainly hit the crossbar on this one here, and Chris has done us proud. Well done, Chris. Well done.
Okay, and you're delighted for Martin Keaney, I'm sure.
Absolutely, Nez. I've said that,
and in fairness, you did say that yesterday as well.
Absolutely. Look.
As you say, you're a team player.
We're a team. We are a team. We sat down and we divided the constituency and best way to maximise and give the two. Just looking for votes for ourselves. Like if somebody said to me they were voting Sinn Féin in Sligo or South Donegal, the next thing I said to them, will you make sure you give Martin Keaney a number 2? Because I said we wanted to ensure we retained the one seat. As I said, it's big picture stuff with Sinn Féin. We're not doing it for individualism. We're doing it because we see a long-term strategy in promoting the type of politics they want, where we look after local communities and where we're fighting ultimately for national unity. That's what we're about.
Chris McManus, many thanks for joining us again. A great performance by Chris McManus, of course, former member of Sligo Borough Council. Well done to Chris McManus.
I take a break.
Michael, you can dull a mock now, Michael. No problem at all. Kevin, we're probably due to take a break, as in an ad break, and maybe a toilet break for some too. We'll be back again in the Clarion Hotel in a few moments. And remember, there's loads of drama to come. We'll be here for hours yet, with 3 more elections to come. And we do expect Martin Keaney to be elected very, very shortly as well. Back in a moment. Okay, look, it's hectic here now in the Clarion Hotel, and we're trying to calm down after the first election. Mark McSharry elected, as you know, about 6:05. Mark McSharry, first TD elected for Sligo Leitrim. 3 more to be elected. We're going to be here for a few hours yet. Keep watching, keep listening, www.oceanfm.ie, and I can tell you we've got enormous traffic to that in the past hour, and it certainly brings a new dimension to election coverage. Now, as I said earlier, and Paschal, I want you to explain this because we got kind of waylaid a bit with the excitement of actually somebody being elected.
Yeah.
We're on to the 13th count, and I think some people were of the opinion this was going to be the Mark McSharry surplus, but that's not what happened.
No.
So just explain to us what happened.
Okay, and if anybody is following this statistically, if you've got a pencil and paper, there's 2 figures I'm going to give you that I want you to hold on to as we go into the last count or two. First of all, the returning officer announced that Mark McSharry had a surplus of 759 votes. In other words, Mark had to reach what is called a quota of votes in order to be elected, which was 12,468. But he exceeded that quota as a result of the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's votes, resulting in a final tally total of 13,227. If you subtract 12,468 from 13,227, you get 759, which is the number of votes that is now available for further distribution. You asked the question, well, why weren't they distributed? It seemed the natural thing to do. But the reason it wasn't distributed is that the difference between the remaining candidates was more than 759. So therefore it wouldn't have materially affected a further elimination. And we're talking here about Chris McManus, Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon, the 3 remaining candidates. In other words, the difference between them, I'd say the 2 lowest candidates, which in this instance would be Eamon Scanlon and Chris McManus, that the difference between them was more than 759 votes. So therefore, those votes have now been, they haven't been destroyed, they've been stacked, they've been left to one side.
These are the 759
The 759, and that's the figure I want you to write down.
We have
Mark McSharry surplus of 759. We then come to the next process, which is what is underway currently, in that Chris McManus has now been eliminated with a total of 7,093 votes. Right?
Yep.
That 7,093 votes are now going to be distributed to the remaining candidates, which in this instance are, and I'm sorry, I should have mentioned Martin Kenny, was the other. Martin Kenny, Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon. And as you know from following our
Tony McLaughlin.
Oh, of course, and Tony McLaughlin. Yeah, just to recap again. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, Tony McLaughlin of Fine Gael, Jerry Reynolds of Fine Gael and Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil. They're the remaining candidates, to which they are going to be hoping they will get some of the 7,093 Chris McManus votes. Because Chris McManus is Sinn Féin and because Martin Kenny is some 3,200 short of that quota figure of 12,468, he is going to need all of those to reach the quota. So the assumption is that because, as you heard Chris McManus in the interview with Niall, they worked a strategy of 1-2 right across the constituency. We have to assume that there's going to be a very strong party transfer between Chris McManus and Martin Kenny. However, there is also going to be a pickup by the other candidates. But because Chris McManus is a Sligo-based candidate, it seems likely, in fact, it's almost certain, that the remaining Sligo-based candidates, which are Tony McLaughlin and Eamon Scanlon, will get more transfers from Chris McManus' distribution than Jerry Reynolds, because it's geographical. And you've been listening to us, and you heard John referring repeatedly to the transfer pattern in both Leitrim and Sligo, that they went back to where they came from geographically. So we're assuming that both Eamon Scanlon and Tony McLaughlin are also going to pick up a share of votes. And here's the second figure I want you to write down. The current difference between Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds is 947 votes. 947 votes. Let's assume that Eamon Scanlon picks up more. In fact, I'll make this call. Eamon Scanlon will pick up more votes than Jerry Reynolds, which will narrow the gap, that 947. But I can't say at this stage.
By how much?
By how much.
Okay.
But that then could suggest that the 759 Mark McSharry surplus votes will then come into play. And the assumption again has to be that Eamon Scanlon will get a considerable portion of that 759. So what it means in effect at the end of all of that mathematics is that the gap between Eamon Scanlon, and this is a suggestion, Niall, I'm suggesting that the gap between Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds will considerably tighten over the next 2 count processes. Does that, I know you've been listening to me. Does that make sense now?
It makes absolutely perfect sense, and I'm glad you explained it, because we've got lots of calls and texts in just to clarify exactly what happened at that last count and why the McSharry surplus wasn't given precedence. So you've explained it.
You see, every vote has to be accounted for in the count process, and people, you're absolutely right. Their first reaction would be, well, you know, why did Chris McManus be eliminated? Why didn't they distribute the surplus? The difference would have made no difference. But they've just been stacked, and they will be distributed.
Okay, so how much? The big question is, how much is that gap going to tighten? You don't know.
That's what we don't know, and that's the question. But again, I have to assume
some of our panel are out and about trying to find out.
Yeah,
so.
but would you not agree, Niall, that on the basis of precedent and history and what we have already learned in the little days on the transfer patterns, that geography is going to play a part here, and that both Tony McLaughlin and Eamon Scanlon are going to get the benefit of any transfers from Chris McManus more than Jerry Reynolds.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I have to also say that looking at Jerry Reynolds' transfer pattern, he has done remarkably well with Sligo-based candidates as well. So, but there is another dimension that I think is relevant to this little brief discussion. Sinn Féin voters are more likely in this election to give any preferences to Fianna Fáil candidates than they are to Fine Gael candidates, which is, I would suggest, an added dimension. I'm not saying they are going to give it. They are more likely to give it because the vote was anti-government. The vote was against the government. However, in the last elections in the Roscommon Leitrim constituency, where Frank Feehan was running for Fine Gael, I was talking to some people who were following the transfer patterns, and when Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin was eliminated, it seems that Frank Feehan got a significant number of transfers. But I have to suggest to you that was then, and remember, this was an anti-Fianna Fáil thing. It was about getting rid of Fianna Fáil, blah blah blah. We are now in a totally different political landscape, as we know, and I'm suggesting that the likelihood is that those people who voted down the paper for Sinn Féin, that they gave their preferences more likely to Fianna Fáil candidates than they did to Fine Gael candidates.
Okay, so from what you're saying, we have to see how much the gap is tightening. I mean, are we looking at rechecks here down the line?
Yes, we are. Well, no, we can't rule it out. Again, based on these figures. But we're really in the area of speculation here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All we're doing is we're looking at the figures that are out there right now, not at what we assume them to be. And consequently, it's making it, as you've been using, it's making it more fascinating, and there's still a bit of drama here.
Well, there's loads of drama left, and those who thought we were going to get out of here at 6 o'clock are way wide of the mark. We're going to be here for a few more hours yet. Well, just to remind listeners again, we will be here for the duration. We'll be here until the final candidate is hoisted shoulder high out the door of the Clarion.
Well, the last vote is counted.
Yeah.
Also, I remember the other thing for people that might have joined us intermittently, may have missed the discussion we had about surplus distribution.
Yeah.
This, if you thought that the delay on the straight eliminations was long, there is going to be a very long gap.
Yeah.
Once the announcement is made of the distribution of the McSharry surplus, the gap will be quite long.
Okay.
Because they have to go into fractions and the way that it works out.
Okay, so we're a couple of hours. We're going to be with this for a couple of hours yet.
Well, the 13,227 votes that Mark McSharry has accumulated, the bundle of 1,000 votes will be taken. They're all bundled in 1,000s.
Yeah.
So that 759 will be taken out of a bundle of 1,000, which will be Paddy O'Rourke votes.
Okay.
These will be, but the Paddy O'Rourke votes could be from any part of Leitrim or West Cavan.
Okay, I'll bring Hubert Keaney in a moment. Okay, I'm getting. I don't know who these texts are coming. Yeah, okay. There's more texts coming in, backing up what you're saying, Paschal. I can tell you. Yeah, coming into my own phone. Another lifeline for Eamon Scanlon. Yeah, backing up exactly what you said. Porrick, I'll come to Hubert in a moment. Porrick Hart, I don't know if you probably didn't hear what Paschal said, but
well, it's getting very interesting out there now, so it is, because we've been just watching the.
Just very briefly, just to recap it.
Yeah.
So that the context of this is that I gave the figures for the surplus, the McSharry surplus, and I gave the figure for the difference between Eamon Scanlon and Jerry Reynolds.
Okay. The important vote to look at now is not Martin Keaney is going to get a sizable proportion of McManus's vote, so that's by the by, and congratulations to Martin Keaney, he's going to be elected, and it's a fantastic achievement for him. He's been here a number of times, so perseverance has won through. The important vote though is to see what is Scanlon getting from Chris McManus, and you must remember that with Mark McSharry having been elected, it means that even if there was a vote for Mark McSharry, and I went on again, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier on, how important voting down the line is now. And we haven't got a chance to count the numbers up there yet, but we're looking at the pigeonholes, to put the votes for each candidate into the pigeonholes, okay?
And what's it looking like at the moment?
Scanlon is beginning to, his pigeonhole is beginning to fill a little bit, so it's very hard to call. It's going to be interesting when these come across and see how many votes, but there's a pile of papers appearing now for Scanlon, so it's getting very, very interesting, and he's closing the gap all the time.
Hubert Keaney, Fine Gael councillor, you've been listening intently to what Porrick had to say. I'm sure you don't want to hear that, but what's your own feeling? This is going to be very, very tight, apparently.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Even yesterday, when we seen the final tally, we knew this was a possibility. But we called it that we would take the two seats. The difference is 950, I think, between Reynolds and that. Certainly, Eamon is going to close the gap, but he's not going to close it enough. There's not enough votes there in play.
You still don't think so?
No, I think the margin, he'll probably close it maybe 500, but I think Reynolds will win the day by between 350 and 450 votes.
Okay, which is tight enough, Porrick?
I think now that's maybe being slightly optimistic, Hubert, because I'll tell you why. You have to remember that Mark McSharry has a surplus there of 800 that came from Paddy O'Rourke. So while some of the Paddy O'Rourke will go back to Reynolds, Paddy O'Rourke had a very, very solid Fianna Fáil vote there as well. So it's not beyond the possibility to think that the gap might narrow there by 300 when that surplus will be distributed. So if you were to say that the gap at the moment is 950, and if you were to say 300 from the Mark McSharry Paddy O'Rourke surplus that they got from Paddy O'Rourke, that's down to 650. So it's getting very, very, very interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, but there's two sums. You have to add two sums all the time. Reynolds is going to get some votes from McSharry's surplus as well, because it's a Leitrim-based vote, and he got a good transfer from the original vote of Paddy O'Rourke. So it's okay saying a candidate will get 300, but you also have to consider what's the other candidate getting, and I'm saying the difference, the bridge, is 950.
Yeah, I accept that, Hubert,
because Reynolds on both of these counts, on all three counts that are left, Reynolds is going to get a vote as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I accept that, but I wasn't saying that I was expecting Scanlon to get 300. I was expecting him to bridge by 300. And there's 800 votes there, and if we were to say that Eamon Scanlon got 450 and Reynolds got 150, the difference there is 300. That's the 300 I was talking about. Not that Eamon Scanlon will get 300, but I would expect, because Mark McSharry is no longer in play, the votes for McSharry will continue on, and the Fianna Fáil vote will have been 1, 2, 3 Fianna Fáil. So I think it's reasonable to expect that Eamon Scanlon could possibly get 450, and if you give 150 back to Reynolds, that's bridging it by 300. So this McManus vote that's now going across, and remember as well, this is going to be really, really interesting. I hope I'm not going to overcomplicate it. Martin Kenny is now going to have a surplus. Martin Kenny's surplus is going to come from Chris McManus's vote. So you'd expect that there's going to be another little bit of a lift there from Eamon Scanlon as well. So there's not just one set of votes, there's 3 sets of votes, and all 3 sets of votes. Now, I admit, and I think that Jerry Reynolds with 950 is in the more favourable position, but it's not over by a long shot.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, and obviously at this stage of the count there's only a couple of candidates left in the race, so the votes have to go to one or the other. But there was no significant movement all throughout the day in relation to one particular candidate making those type of gains, and I don't think at this stage late at night that Eamon's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Hubert, can I just add a dimension to this that I'd like you to consider? All along in this count, John in particular has been pointing out that the transfer patterns have been very geographically based. We're currently looking at a distribution of the Sligo town-based candidate, and Jerry Reynolds is now up in Leitrim. So would you not agree that any benefits to non-Sinn Féin candidates, and that includes Tony McLaughlin and Eamon Scanlon, and Martin, of course. We would take Martin out of this equation, as Pádraig has already explained it. But looking at specifically Eamon Scanlon and Tony McLaughlin, would you not accept that they are going to get a greater benefit from the McManus transfers than Jerry Reynolds? And secondly, as I pointed out earlier, would you consider that on this occasion that those who voted for Chris McManus voted against the government? So if they have any inclination to give preferences down the page, and we all know traditionally Sinn Féin hasn't always done that, but in the event that they have, that any of those later transfers are more likely to benefit the Fianna Fáil candidate Eamon Scanlon than they are Tony McLaughlin and Jerry Reynolds.
And I think as well, Paschal, to say the traditional Sinn Féin vote was a fairly strict Sinn Féin vote, they've broadened their appeal and they now have a more wider electorate voting for them. And with a wider electorate, you're going to find a more discerning vote, and a vote that will travel a lot further than the traditional Sinn Féin vote that existed in the past.
I'm just wondering, has Hubert got any opinion on that? Because we're only speculating, Hubert, here. It's just in the area of pure speculation.
Yeah, and
so I'm just curious if you would see any merit.
We'll be taking for a break very, very shortly. Kevin will give me the nod for our 7 o'clock news, maybe to get a national
see any merit in that Fianna Fáil are more likely to benefit than Fine Gael from the Chris McManus transfers. Just that simple.
Yes, I agree with that, and he will benefit more, but not to the extent of 950 votes. That's the argument. Of course, everything you say is correct, but not to the extent of 950 votes.
All right, okay. Well, this is great crack altogether, but we're going to be here for a few more hours yet. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
Noel, you've been weighing up what Paschal is saying and Hubert is saying, and you're keeping your counsel at this stage.
I am, Niall. To be honest with you, I always said that I felt the last seat would be dictated by Sinn Féin, and it is going to be dictated by Sinn Féin, but I think it's just far, far too close to call. I mean, I'm very hopeful that Jerry Reynolds will take the seat.
Yeah.
And am I confident? Not confident, but very hopeful.
You're not as confident as Ita was
I'm not as confident, and I said that to Ita. I'm not as confident as she was. Now, in the balance of probabilities, I think he will take it, but it's going to go down to the wire. Okay. And I don't want to mention this word, but the R word.
I know what you want to mention, yeah.
And I won't be surprised if the margin is so tight here that one of the two candidates will call a recount. I think it's going to go down to the wire. It's just impossible to call it at this stage, and it's going to be hard luck on whichever the two of them doesn't get a seat.
Sure. Okay, Hubert, I'll leave the final word for you before our 7 o'clock break, and then we'll be back with more analysis.
Well, I disagree with Noel in his first statement. The this election or these final 2 seats are not going to be dictated by Sinn Féin. They're going to be dictated by the people that voted, and it's the electorate that always has the final say in this. I accept that the margin will be closed, but I think Reynolds will win the day by something in the region of
400 votes, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it was 400 votes, is that within the margin of recount? No.
My own.
What constitutes a recount?
Under 100.
Okay.
So in fact, even less than that.
I think Paschal now, but I totally stand to be corrected on this. Because it's so long ago since I looked at it, I thought there was a recount someplace for 150 votes in the country.
There has, but I'm suggesting to you that I think there was a request for it, but did they actually get it?
Well, I'm not sure.
No, we can check that. Our expert John has gone missing for a moment. He's all scurrying around. Interesting to just before we come back to you, interesting to note that you can't blame them. Jerry Reynolds isn't here, Tony McLaughlin's not here, nor Eamon Scanlon. So.
And by the way, I just to kind of refer to what we're talking about here. This is analytical, trying to be detached and objective. I still believe what Hubert has said, that the balance of probability and Jerry Reynolds is in pole position. Absolutely, absolutely in pole position.
Before the break.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, on the balance of probability, he will, and I'm very hopeful that he will. But I just want to come back to something that Hubert said there, that where he disagreed with me on Sinn Féin dictating who get the last seat. What I meant by that, just to qualify what I meant by that, was in case Hubert thinks that I'm gone off to Sinn Féin or anything like that. What I meant by that, to qualify it, is that the transfers of the Sinn Féin candidate, which are not all Sinn Féin votes, by the way, because there's 7,000 votes being transferred here by Chris McManus. There's 5 of them his own. There's only 5 of them Sinn Féin votes. So there's another 2,000 non-Sinn Féin votes, which most of them will be transferable. So that's really, I just want to clarify that point with Hubert.
And it is a fair point.
Right. Okay, lads.
I was just being political.
I know you were. Okay, lads, have a toilet break, a cup of tea. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We're going to take our 7 o'clock news and join us again in the Clarion Hotel.